Yeah. There we go, short and sweet, but at least we know it's working. So just on that note, bear in mind there might be some new people in the room. Can I just ask the council just to explain again the fire exit procedure, please? Should the fire alarm go off again today when we will need to exit the building?
Yes, yes, we will exit via the nearest safe exit, which is likely to be the doors straight into Queen's Gardens behind me. But if we can't get out that way because it's not safe, we'll leave through the back door. Just follow me. I will make sure everyone is safely exiting the building. And then we gather at the far end of Queen's Gardens by the statue of Queen Victoria.
Thank you, Mrs. Moulton. Well, welcome back. I hope you had a pleasant evening. But now back to work. Couple of things. If you've got a phone or a pager, please make sure it's switched off or on silent. We've done the fire exits. Today, I think as I outlined yesterday, today I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to complete the evidence of the appellants. This morning, we're going to hear from the applicants. Sorry, it's from the appellants themselves. And then hopefully Mr. Brown, either late morning, afternoon, or this afternoon. There may be a possibility of getting conditions done as well, but we'll see how we get on, what progress we make. So I think on that basis, I'm going to say that the site visit will be tomorrow morning, the accompanied site visit. I've checked the weather and it looks fair, so that's good. And as I said to Mr. Mannering yesterday, I will do another site inspection on my own in the dark. So be assured I will see it at night time as well. Okay, so Mrs. Unwin has brought in a statement this morning, which we've had copied. She was unable to be here yesterday for quite legitimate reasons. I think you've got a copy of that, I think, Mr. Weller. I haven't looked at it yet. It's just on the side here. So I wonder maybe yourself or Mr. Brown could have a look and see if there's anything there that causes you any cause for concern. Mrs. Unwin is happy to submit it as a statement. She doesn't necessarily want to actually address the inquiry on it.
Well, I'm happy. It seems to me if it's been prepared for submission, then it can be submitted. What weight you give to it is a matter that if I need to, I'll comment on.
Okay.
In closing, I don't think there's a need for me to cross-examine. I'm sorry, I haven't got a name on the top.
Oh, yes, it's Mrs. Caroline Unwin.
Yeah. So I think that I haven't read it yet, but
you're happy for me to take it?
I'm happy
yes,
to take it.
That's fine. Thank you. Where are we now? So I think that's inquiry document 6, I think, unless I'm miscounting. Okay. Just as a reminder, I know we had difficulty yesterday with audibility, I believe, on the live stream and in fact for members of the public at the back. So can we just make sure that when you speak directly into the microphone, if at all possible, angle it if you're looking in a different direction so that we make sure everybody can hear. Right. Okay. Well, we're going to move on. Well, actually, Mr. Weller, do you want to adjust your running order, or are you happy with the way it is?
I'd like to adjust it.
Can you put your microphone on?
Thank you. I'd like to adjust it in this way. I'm going to call Dawn Wilson last.
Right.
So it will be, the running order will be Thomas Clee, Mark Lee, and then Dawn Wilson.
Yeah.
Before we move on to Mr. Brown.
Okay.
And Madam, you have a proof of evidence from all of the witnesses.
I do. Thank you. Yes. And those should be on the inquiry library. If anybody watching wants to have a look at it.
And the other point is that just before we start, I've sent an email to Mrs. Moulton with the authorities, including an authority that I'll be referring to in my closing, about which you only need to refer to one paragraph, but I'm afraid it's quite a long authority, so I wouldn't print it off. It's called Bank Mellat, a case about proportionality.
And you're going to tell me which paragraph it is on?
Yeah, it'll be in my written closing.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if I can then, without further ado, ask Mr. Thomas Clee to step into the witness box.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Clee. Are you Thomas Clee of Plot 3, Blackbrook Nursery?
I am, yes.
And I think you've probably got a loud enough voice, but just bear in mind that everybody needs to hear what you have to say, and the inspector needs to write down a note of what you say. So
that's fine.
Let's not go too fast. You tell us in a statement that you've provided to the inquiry that you live there with your wife, Eleanor, and your children, Thomas, who's 17, Rosemary, 14, and Leo, who's 7.
That's correct.
And you're the brother of Dolphus Clee, is that right?
I am, yes.
Are you related, blood relations of either Mark Lee or Dawn Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Is that a distant relationship or is it a close family relationship?
Dawn is my first cousin. She's her dad and my mum's brother and sister.
Yes. And what about Mark?
Mark is about a third cousin of mine.
About third cousin. Thank you. How long have you known Mark? Well, sorry, forgive me. You've told us that you're related, but I mean, what's your kind of your relationship before moving on to this site with Dawn and Mark and their families? Is it one which has been a distant relationship in terms of the amount of times that you've met up with each other, or
no,
is it
quite close. I've known them all my life, obviously, and
yeah,
we tend to move together and try and keep together when we can.
Right.
Yeah. So basically, I've known them all my life and quite well known to them, like, you know.
Okay, thank you. So you tell us that about your work and your travelling in the third paragraph, madam, making your living from landscaping, tree lopping, garden maintenance.
That's correct.
Distributing leaflets door to door when you are travelling through Manchester, Telford, Shrewsbury, Uxton and Derby, those kind of areas. But you also travel further afield and find work mainly in the summer, going to Yorkshire and also to the fairs, travelling through Lancashire to get to Appleby, as an example.
That's correct.
Do you travel to any other fairs?
Yeah, I go to Stowe Fair, I go to Kennelsworth, Kennelsworth Newcastle, Nottingham.
Yes.
4 or 5 fairs a year.
And are you going there for the crack, if I can put it that way, for the?
I go to see
meet up with friends.
Meet up with friends, and obviously I take a few animals with me, and deal and whatnot, like, you know.
And the type of animals? I mean, we're talking about horses.
Just horses, yes. Sorry.
Right, okay. And do you keep horses regularly, and if so, where do you keep them at the moment?
Mine's actually in Sandbach. The stables in Sandbach. The stable there at the moment. The 2 I've got 2 there. I've got 2 at the moment. 2 won't be for sale. They've been a bloodline for 40 years of our family, like, you know. So I'll breed off them. Right. And I'll buy stuff in and sell it, like, you know.
So you breed off the stock you have.
I do, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So is that your horse
Yeah,
trading business, is that completely separate to Dolphus
It
Clays?
is, yeah.
It is,
Yeah.
okay. And but your horses are all kept off-site?
At the moment, yeah, off-site, yeah.
Yeah, so is the intention to bring some of the horses
Yeah,
to
well,
the
obviously,
site?
after Christmas, they'll be ready for foaling, so I'll fetch them back. There's 2 stables there, stable them up,
Yeah,
let other foals and take them back off-site, like, you know.
right. So you bring a couple of horses after Christmas
Yeah.
if they're in foal?
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So obviously Miss Dolphus Clay, he indicated that he would also have horses at the site. So
Yeah.
how will that work?
Well, obviously, these horses put in foal at different times.
Yes.
So maybe if he's in foal, if it comes as a foal, we'll leave it there 2 or 3 weeks,
Mhm.
move it off, then move another one back on, you know.
Right, okay.
That's how it
Okay.
works.
There's going to have to be some negotiation between you and Dolphus,
Yeah.
or timing, perfect timing, in order to ensure there's not
Yeah,
any congestion.
there are distant months for foaling, like for the horses. So
Right. Yep. Thank you. Now, your son Thomas Jr. Seems to have started working with you, and you tell us he's passed his driving test. Does he have his own vehicle?
he has got his own vehicle now, yeah.
And he's looking now for work on his own. Is that
He
right?
is, yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about your other children, please. First, Rosemary. Is she fit and well?
She is, yes.
Tell us about her education up to this point in time. Has she attended school at any point?
Yes, she attended primary school up to the age of 12, I think.
Thank you.
And then obviously the pandemic and what, she never attended school during that time.
Right. So up until the point where COVID hit, as we went into the pandemic, she was attending primary school. Is
Yes.
that right? Did she ever move on to the secondary school?
No.
No. And you tell us that she's now being tutored on the site. And we've got a letter from Mrs. Lynn Jones. Is that the tutor of?
That's correct, yeah.
And what's the intention for the future? Let's assume you are granted plan permission. Would you intend her to receive tutoring as she progresses through her education, or is there a plan to put her into a secondary school?
At this moment, it's probably just tutoring.
Yeah.
Because obviously we don't always stand, but if we did get permission,
Yes.
we could try and look at something else, like, you know.
Thank you.
Sorry, when
sorry,
Rosemary was in primary school, was that when you were at Sandbach?
Yes.
So it was a local primary
It
school
was,
that
yeah.
she went to.
Yeah.
And when did you move from Sandbach?
Straight from Sandbach to here.
Right. And
Yeah.
so when was that?
It was 17 months ago, I think it was.
17
yeah.
months ago. Okay. Is Rosemary tutored by the same tutor who
She is, yeah.
tutors Dolphus Clay's
Yes.
children? Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. We've heard from your brother about the circumstances in which the property was bought. The appeal site, Blackbrook Nursery, was bought, and then the refusal of planning permission, the attempted sale at auction that didn't succeed, and then you, as a collective group, moved onto the site.
Yes.
When you moved onto the site, did that coincide with the pandemic, the beginning of the pandemic, or was it after the pandemic had started? 17 months. I'm thinking back myself, but
I think
it
the
seems at
pandemic
about
was
the same
still,
time.
I think it was easy enough, but we're still in like a lockdown. do you
The
know what I mean?
early stages.
Yeah.
We can probably all just about remember the beginning back in March or April of last year, I think. So just as far as the purchase of the site is concerned, I'm sorry, I'm going to come back to Leo in a moment, but as far as the purchase of the site is concerned, for about £100,000 at auction, and then the work done, all split between all four of you. Can you just confirm that's correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. And as far as any conditions that might be imposed, should planning permission be granted, again, would the work and the cost be split?
4 ways between all of us, yeah.
Okay. And given your work as your landscaping work, groundwork and the like, is that something the work itself, would you take part in that?
That's something I'll be doing, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So back then, please, to Leo. You tell us that he's 7 at the moment. Yes,
He's 7 now, yeah.
and he's had leukemia when he was 1 year old. He's been on a 5-year treatment plan, and treated at Leighton Hospital in Crewe and Alderhay Hospital in Liverpool. That he has a low immune system, susceptible to viruses, more likely to catch infections. Is there any particular concerns around Leo's health given his condition and COVID? I mean, would COVID have any particular impact on him?
I believe so, yeah. Obviously, when the COVID came out, the main consultant from Alderhay rang me and said, obviously, Leo is at a high risk.
Yeah.
So I had to go straight in lockdown, which I did do. We all went in lockdown. So it was a high risk at that time. So the consultant rang and told me.
Yeah.
So it was minimum access.
Thank you. That said, he's now at the Loggerheads Primary School.
He is, yes.
And you say he's been there since Easter of this year, made friends at school, attends parties. And how is, tell us about his experience at school. What do you gain from him? What do you gather from his experience? What does he feel about school?
He really loves school.
Good.
He's going to school. He's made lots of friends. When he comes back from school, he sits down. He tells me about his day. His education's coming on nice.
Yes.
He's beginning to read, write. He's really enjoying it. Because obviously, for 5 years, he had leukemia. He couldn't go anywhere.
Yes.
Then the pandemic come out. He's been really isolated.
Yes.
So now we've got him back into school. Into school, he's really, really enjoying it.
Brilliant. And is he receiving any help at the moment? Any extra help at school? He certainly did in year 2. But what's the position now in year 3?
He's sail along. He's the same as the other kids.
Same as the other kids.
Yeah,
Good.
He's got there.
Just tell us briefly, if you wouldn't mind, about your own education. Are you able to read and write? And if so,
no, I can read. I struggle to. I can read a sentence, maybe a couple of lines long. But after that, I just get confusing.
Yeah.
Can't read any further. But spelling, I can't spell. But I can get by reading a little bit, like signs and stuff like that. Like, you know.
I mean, did you have any education
No.
as a child? And what value do you place on the education of your kids?
Number one, obviously, I've struggled all my life with education, reading and writing and stuff. I just don't want my kids to go for that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Thank you. Now, we haven't talked about Sandbach and the apart from in relation to the in relation to your horses, but were you on the same site, the overcrowded site on Newcastle Road, Sandbach?
I was, yeah.
With your brother? And he tells us about the lack of any facilities. Is that?
That's
confirm
correct.
that to be the case. So how was that as an experience looking after your children and particularly Leo?
Well, that was it. Thankfully, I know the people who own the site. When Leo got diagnosed with leukemia, obviously the hospital said it's not fit for him to go in a caravan. So I bought a mobile home for him to go in, and I supposed to been going off the site that year for Mrs. Finney's family to move on.
Yes.
But thankfully, she let me stay until my son was okay. Like, you know, he did his treatment. And then obviously when his treatment ended, she was just looking at me saying, right, Tom, have you got anywhere else to go? I was more or less forced to go off Sandbach. You know, like, she was waiting 5 years for me to go off.
And what did she intend to come on in your place? Or was it a case of just opening up the site? And
I think obviously our own family, immediate family, like, you know.
Thank you. Now, have you, whilst living on the site, have you investigated whether or not there is anywhere else that you and your family could move to? Before
we left Sandbach, we visited a number of sites, and obviously full. There's nowhere for anyone to go, like, you know. Yeah. And there's pictures available. You get staff right up. There's waiting lists for them, like, you know.
What about the Cemetery Road sites?
Well, I actually visited there. Just a bloke that runs it when you first come on. And I asked him, obviously, what's the condition coming on, and he just started laughing.
Right.
It's not in your lifetime. Do you know what I mean?
Were you told how many people that were on the waiting list, how many families, or was it somebody else on the site?
It was going back obviously 2 years ago. It was something like 17, 20, around 20 families waiting to go on there. Like, you know.
Thank you. We haven't talked about your health and that of your.
Sorry, Mr. Weller. You know, this waiting list for Cemetery Road, who actually runs this waiting list?
I'm not too sure.
We don't know.
There's a guy who just manages the site. He lives on there. I
Okay,
spoke to
because
him.
it's like a sort of housing association that run it, isn't it? So presumably they would
It's
have
either
the
the
waiting
local
list.
authority or the housing association.
Okay. Can I just ask, Mrs. Moulton, are you disputing whether there's 17 people on the waiting list? It has been in evidence a couple of times. So
Sorry.
Dispute the evidence. We're waiting for information from Aspire regarding the site, and they haven't responded. So I've no information to dispute that.
It was waiting to 17 as of 2 years ago. Yes, but that's all we have, and it's not being disputed. So okay, I think
There may be something in the GTAA. I don't know whether or not. I haven't looked at it to see whether there's something about that particular site in its waiting list, but
okay,
that will be of its date.
Yes, perhaps
Well,
Mr. Brown would like to
I've
research
asked-
that, and you can pick it up with him on
That's his homework or
That's
his
right.
inquiry work.
Don't let it be late, Mr. Brown.
And thank you. So I haven't asked you about your health and that of your wife, Eleanor, but your health first. Are you fit and healthy?
I'm fit and healthy, thank God.
Good. And Eleanor, you tell us, suffered from hearing loss, 50% hearing loss.
Yeah, it's not. I spoke to you. She's 80%.
80%.
I do apologise. Yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
she was. It's obviously it's getting worse. Like, you know, she's.
What's the long term? You know, we call it a prognosis, but what do the doctors say about her hearing? Can it be cured?
No.
Or will it degenerate, or is it now at a stable level? Can it be kept?
Degenerate means it can go
Get
worse.
Yeah.
I think that's degenerate.
Does she have a hearing aid?
Yeah.
She does. She benefits from that, does she?
Yes,
That improves the situation.
Got to have hearing aids.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And help me with this, please. Somebody, I think it might have been your brother, mentioned the fact that you go jogging from the site. Is that right? It's you that does
Do a
that.
bit of jogging.
So where do you go if you come out of the drive onto the Newcastle Road? Which way do you turn? And
Left.
what's your route? You turn left,
Yeah.
up towards the junction.
Yeah.
So are you running then on the road or on the verge, or a bit of both?
When I turn left at our house,
Yeah.
just run alongside the road.
Right. So you run alongside
Here's
the
the
road,
verge. It's about a metre long. The verge is a grass verge, about a metre long, like, you know, wide rather.
a metre wide verge. Yeah. And so you run up to the junction, then left or right, or is it onto a footpath?
Yeah, you can get onto the top.
And is that the footpath to the north of the main road at the top of the junction?
to the north?
Do you keep going straight up?
Straight up, and I'll go right. Sometimes I'll go left.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Just on that. So when you so you turn left, go up to the junction, and then either left or right.
Yeah.
So where would you pick the footpath up if you turned left?
It's not on the left, isn't it? When you go further down.
I don't know. I must admit. I mean, I've driven that bit, but I
Yeah.
didn't take note particularly of where the footpath started. I'll see that when I do my site visit.
We have got a map. I don't know how good you are at reading maps, Mr. Clee. If I just can I just perhaps present this so far as it's important. This is the map of the footpath for everybody, and your site is here.
Yes.
You turn left up to the junction. We can see these footpaths marks here and here. But tell us, perhaps with your finger, point which way.
Right. Let me come and see.
Yeah. Take that.
Mr. Smythe.
Yeah. There's the junction. See the entrance.
Yes.
That's the junction.
So I'll just go up the top here. Obviously, I can turn right,
Yeah.
Yes.
or I can turn left.
Yeah. So if you were turning right and you're going up towards the farm shop,
Yes.
is there a footpath you'd have to run on the road, or?
There's a grass verge on the right hand side,
Okay,
quite wide. That enters a footpath. There's one between next, and obviously you can go straight down, and get over, like, you know.
okay,
It's not the footpath. You take a continuous footpath, so I'll jog along the roadside. As long as where Ivy is, you're fine, like, you know.
okay.
So are you running along, are you describing running along a footpath along the roadside, or a footpath that goes through the woods, for example?
No, just along the road. I don't
On the
know
roadside.
the woods. Yeah.
And then same if you turn left, then you'd pick up the,
This way?
yeah,
Yeah.
you'd pick up the hard surfaced footpath that's
Yeah.
next to the road.
Yeah.
Otherwise you'd be in the road.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And when you run, what sort of time of day do you run normally?
Evenings.
In the evenings.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's work.
So you finish work and then,
If I'm not too knackered, I'll
no.
run.
So would it be sort of later in the evening, sort of
Yeah.
7-ish?
That's
something like that?
7. But I'll go. Yeah, about 7, 8 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank
I'm
you.
going to be cheeky. Do you ever go right?
No, I've never been right.
Gypsy Lane?
There's a gypsy lane there, isn't it? I didn't realise there's a gypsy lane
Oh,
there.
All right.
Right. Thank you.
Just as a point of interest, actually, you carry from the junction towards Wall, going into the centre of Blackbrook, there is no hard pavement.
Okay, hang on. So if I come out of the junction, come out, if I turn left or right?
If you're turning left on the junction, along the A51, going towards Wall, there is no hard pavement.
Okay.
Until you actually get to the lay-by in Blackbrook, then there's a short left of hard pavement, and then there is no pavement going all the way to Wall.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Like this, there is no pavement.
And if I turn right and go to the farm
Short
shop,
right, there is a pavement from the junction going to the farm shop.
thank you very much. That's
I
helpful.
hope that clarifies.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're jogging. I mean, are you jogging for hours or for a few minutes? What's
No, half an hour.
half an hour?
Yeah.
So it's a kind of the
No marathons, just a couple, 2, 3 miles.
No, thank you very much. And then can I just ask you, please, about alternatives? If you were refused temporary or permanent permission on this site and had to leave the site, because as I understand it, the council will then take enforcement action to ensure that you leave. Where do you think you and your family will go?
First car park.
The first car park?
Basically, well, there's nowhere else to go, is he? Just move roadside again. Do you know what I mean? There's nowhere
Sorry,
to go.
I missed that. Where would you go?
First car park.
Oh, right. Okay.
I know it's not very nice, but there's nowhere else to go, do you know what I mean? So back on the roadside.
Do you know any other families with whom you could double up? That being an expression used when you effectively squeeze your caravan onto their plot. Is there anybody at the moment that you can
I think
ask?
everyone knows double up already.
They're all doubled up already. Thank you. Sorry.
Is doubling up something that you've done in the past or allowed other people to double up with you if they're in need?
I've doubled up with people in the past.
Yeah.
Obviously, I've never owned anything myself.
Right.
For anyone to
Okay.
double up with me, like, you know.
Okay.
So no one's doubled up with me, but I've doubled up with people in the past.
Yes. Okay. So is that something that you would consider to help a family member out or a friend or whatever?
Well, certainly, if I had somewhere of my own, if someone needed a couple of weeks, a week or two, yes. Anything longer than that, obviously, it wouldn't be practical. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Because what point in for is only a chalet and a caravan for ourselves. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So it won't be enough hard stand for anyone else. To be fair.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Those are all the questions I had. If you wait there, there'll be some cross-examination, I think. Thank you.
Morning,
thank
Mr. Clee.
Morning.
Yes.
When did you all buy the site at auction?
Perhaps 4 to 5 years ago.
So 2016 or 2017?
Something I couldn't tell you the exact day. I think it's been 4 or 5 years, something like that.
I'm sorry, I had a lapse of concentration then. So it was 4 or 5 years from, what was the question?
From now, as when was the land bought at auction?
Right, thank you.
Do you own any other land?
No.
And when you moved on to the site with your caravans, did you appreciate at that stage that you needed planning permission to live there?
Obviously, we put in for planning permission. Previous, it was failed. Yeah, obviously, we know you need permission for a caravan site, but it's rather that or roadside. We own the land, so we have to take our families there. You know.
Sorry, can I just be clear? So you're saying you bought the land about 4 or 5 years ago. Can you just remind me when you moved on to the land?
It was last year. Was it
Last year?
17 months, I think. It's been 17,
Yes,
18
17
months.
Okay.
I think it was May, Mark, because the
Thank
High
you.
Court conjunction was
Yeah.
within about a week.
Yeah. And bearing in mind you were on a quite congested, overcrowded site.
Yes.
Why didn't you move on earlier than that? You'd have had the land for 2 years at least.
Because obviously we're putting permission with the council to do it properly. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
As everyone spoke to legally, that's what they said. Don't move on it. Put in permission. That's what we did.
Okay.
But in the end, our hands was tied. We had nowhere to go, so we had to go on there. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. Thank you.
Right, let's pursue that. You want to do it all by the book, but if you bought the land in 2016 or 2017, why did you wait till 2019 before submitting a planning application?
Like I said to you, my son had leukemia. I was registered in hospitals where I was at there. At that time of point, I couldn't think about moving and going to work or anything because my son was ill. And then obviously, like I said, when he come off his treatment, Mrs. Finney was waiting for my picture for 5 years previous. So I had to go. So that's where I owned. So that's where I went.
There was an application in 2018. My understanding is it was withdrawn and resubmitted by Mrs. Hyde. We're quite on the chronology.
It would be quite helpful to me if maybe we could produce a timeline of when applications were submitted, either and then withdrawn and another one submitted, so that there's no doubt about when these applications were actually put in. Is that something, Mrs. Moulton, that you might be able to help me with? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
The children's play equipment, when was that placed on the land?
I think it was last year.
And I think your brother's evidence was summer last year. Does that sound about right to you?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. You tell us that Thomas and Rosemary had the tutoring from Miss Jones.
Yes.
How often does Miss Jones come to provide tutoring?
To be honest with you, I'm never there. I'm always working. So if I told you, I'd tell like I think it was a couple of times a week. Don't hold me to that. Obviously, like I said I'll leave early in the morning, come back late at night. The missus takes care of things like that.
And is that just during term time, or during the school holidays as well?
I think it was during term. I would imagine so.
And would she come for a morning or an afternoon, or would you stay for the whole day, or don't you know?
When she's there, she's tutoring a lot of kids, so she'll be there for quite a while, I imagine. Yeah.
When the tutor comes, how many children would go to her?
I think what she does is goes to each individual caravan and has an hour with each one or so. Yeah?
Right. Okay. And do you pay for that?
Yeah.
You do. Okay. Thank you.
You've explained that your son Leo is at Loggerheads Primary School. Am I right in saying that he started Easter of this year?
That's correct.
And so, do you mean the Easter term? So as in sort of March, April time.
Yeah.
It was the start of the summer. So do you mean the Easter term in the sense like January to March, April, or do you mean from Easter?
From Easter, I think.
From
yeah.
Easter. So the kind of summer term. Yeah. Okay. You moved in May last year.
Mm.
So why did you wait 10 months before Leo joined the primary school?
I think it was due to the pandemic. And obviously, when we felt a little bit settled there, we put the kids in school. So obviously, we want to make sure we go to school and kids have one school, you know. So he's quite happy there. So yeah.
So I can understand you'd want to feel settled and you would be unsettled by what's going on with COVID, particularly given his vulnerabilities. But wouldn't the obvious time, if you're concerned for him to make a start of his education, for him to have started with all the other children in September last year, when the new school year began, after the summer had allowed the school to get all the arrangements in place to make sure everyone's safe?
Yeah, I think it was due to the doctors. Obviously, he rang me and said, obviously, don't go around people, don't do this, don't do that. And that's what I did. And he goes back for regular checkups and stuff like that. When we went back, I think we asked the consultant his opinion, should we start school? And if he gave it the go-ahead, that's the reason why it was at that time.
Yeah. When you were at the Sandbatch site, were you paying rent?
Yeah.
And what rent were you paying?
£50 a week.
And was that for so one pitch, 2 caravans slotted?
I only had one caravan.
So £50 a week for one caravan?
Yeah.
And do you know if your brother was paying rent?
Yeah.
Would that be a similar amount? And when did you move on to the Sandbatch site?
About 8 years ago. We sort of treated it as base, could leave the wife and kids there, and whilst the children attended school, and go away for a few weeks working and come back and forward. Obviously, when we first moved on there, the lady made us aware she's got a number of grandchildren. Each pitch is for them. And obviously I could see what was going on as growing up and stuff. And I was just pleased when my kid was bad that she allowed me to stay there, rather than me going roadside, like, you know.
So you moved on to Sandbatch just before Leo was born, is that right? If Leo's now 7,
That's
and you
correct,
think you moved there, so you wouldn't have been on Sandbatch for much more than a year before Leo was born, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. And did you move on to Sandbatch at the same time as your brother?
Yeah, did you?
Yeah. And immediately before you moved onto the Sandbatch site, where were you living?
Before I went on the Sandbatch site?
Yes.
Was basically moving it from here on the roadside, from one place to another place, week here, week there, 2 days here.
And since you moved onto the site May last year, so that's 17, 18 months ago, and what travelling have you done as a family? It's not just you for working, but when all of you get up to leave, where have you been?
We went to Gloucester. We came back. Then we went up to Yorkshire, and we came back. And that's about it. With the full family, obviously, with myself, a number of occasions afterwards.
Yes. And so just interesting, just to use I understand that you go travelling for work, and because the council doesn't dispute your status, I don't want to ask you any questions about that because I don't want to waste your time and waste the inspector's time. But in respect to the family, how long was your Gloucester jaunt when you went there? Your Gloucester trip?
About 3 weeks.
3 weeks. And the Yorkshire trip, how long was that?
That was a bit longer, about a month, 6 weeks.
Okay. And when you were in Gloucester, where were you living?
Is a big field people pull on there every year. That's where I pulled. I don't know the full location, but in Gloucester is a field people pull to.
A number of families.
Yeah.
So how many caravans were there when you were living in that field?
About 12.
12. And same question when you were in Yorkshire, where were you living for that month period when you were travelling around Yorkshire?
It was near Selby.
Selby.
Same again, just a field.
With other families living on the field?
Yeah.
And were you always in that field for the whole month, give or take?
What do you mean? Oh, I went to work every day.
I understand that, but your main base with your family and Leo and everyone, were they staying in that field near Selby
Yeah.
for the whole month, or
Yeah.
did you live on different
Oh
places?
no, different parts. Yeah,
Okay.
2 weeks, 3 different stops around the.
Thank you, Mum. That's all. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. So when you go traveling yourself for work, how long would you be away for normally, would you say?
On my own, max 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Then I'll come back for a weekend. And if I've got more work to do up there, I'll go back up again, like, you know.
So it's a sort of cycle of 2 weeks working away, come back for a weekend, and then go off again somewhere else?
Yeah.
Right, okay. And how does, because obviously, certainly in the past, you've had a lot of hospital appointments and that sort of thing with Leo. So how does your wife Eleanor cope?
We're managing, yeah. We've sort of gone through a bit of a bad time with Leo and stuff like that. Obviously, put us in a bit of depression and stuff.
Mhm.
We're at the minute now, we're getting on all right now. Just coming all
Good.
right. Yeah.
So he's turned a corner then.
Yeah, thankfully. Yeah.
Good. Okay, thank you.
That's all good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smythe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clee. Can I, if it's convenient, can I now call Mr. Mark Lee? Again, madam, you have a proof of evidence, Mr. Lee. We've got a signed one, but I think we haven't produced that. And yes, I'm going to begin by introducing you, please, Mr. Lee. Are you Mark Lee of Plot 1 Blackbrook Nursery?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you live on that plot in a mobile home with your wife, Shelby Lee?
Yes.
Yeah. And your children, Mark James, who's 4, and Marshall, who I think is still about 9 months old. Is he, or is
Yeah, he's 12 months old, the 9th of December.
he's 12 months old now? As you're sitting back, you need to just maybe move the microphone, or alternatively move closer. Thank you. So he's 1 now, and you tell us he was born not far away in the Royal Stoke Hospital.
Yes.
Can I, before going through your statement, just ask about your connections with the local area, whether it be Stafford, Stoke, or the surrounding area? Is this an area that you've come to recently, or have you lived in this area over a number of years?
I've lived around here a number of years. I was born in Crewe, Leighton Hospital. We travelled around. I've lived in Stone for 7 or 8 years. And then since I've been married, we've travelled around and back and forth, really.
Thank you. You tell us that before moving on to this site, you were living on a friend's site at Withen Lane, Stafford.
I was living on a site in Withen Lane, Stafford, but before I moved on to this site, I was living at the front of my mum and dad's, which is in Stone, on their driveway.
Right, well, let's break that down. In the statement, you say we were previously doubling up on a friend's site at Withen Lane, Stafford. There were 3 families sharing each toilet and shower. We had no hot water. And just so I understand where that site is, there was a reference, I think, when Mr. Dolphus Clee was asked questions. If you remember, he was one stage asked questions about where you'd been living, and I think the suggestion was that you'd be asked.
Yeah.
And but he said that there was that you were living on one site in Withen's Lane, and the Wilson family were living on another site in Withen's Lane. Is that right? At one particular time?
Yeah, Withen Lane site, you've got 3 small sites, and then you've got 1 large site at the back.
Okay. Are they all private sites?
Yes.
Are they, when you say small sites, the site that you were living on, how many plots did it have? How many pitches or plots?
3 pitches, but there was probably 4 caravans on there.
Right, three pitches. And the site that, again, perhaps I should ask Dawn Wilson, but the other site where Dawn Wilson was living, was it of about the same size?
Yeah, they're all there's three the same size, and then there's one larger
Yeah,
site.
okay, thank you.
Sorry, so there's three small sites,
Yeah.
and they've all got about 3 pitches.
Yeah, they're all.
But obviously, some of it was doubled up, so there's
Yeah.
more than 3 caravans on
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And
all
then
this
there's a
doubling, all
larger
this
site
doubling
as
up
well.
and travelling up. It's a natural thing now. It's sort of an old-fashioned thing as well. There's nowhere to double up and triple up. It's sort of we've got to find our own place to go now.
Okay.
Yeah, perhaps just expand on that, please. Doubling up, in practical terms, means, does it moving your caravan onto a plot where there is already a caravan, so there then becomes 2 caravans on the one plot?
Yeah, well, there was
And tripling up would likewise
there was
be
three families using the same toilet.
Yeah. So what does that? Let me ask you about Withens Lane. Did those who let you double up on Withens Lane have permission from the local authority, the planning authority, for them to do that?
I think they can have people on for a couple of times a year,
Right.
and then you can go. Basically, where we was living, their family get married, and then obviously they're priority over you, basically, because they're not my family members. I just know them.
Thank you. So let's just get the timings right and the history of where you were before you moved on to the Blackbrook Nursery site. You were on the Withens Lane site, and for how long do you think?
12 months.
12 months. And was that a case of you being on that site for 12 months without travelling away, or was it a base from which you could travel for work?
We stayed there, then we travelled away in the summer.
Yeah.
Obviously take the caravan with us and come back.
And then come back. Thank you.
Were you in a mobile home when you were at
No.
Withens? It was in
Caravan, yeah.
Caravan. And so when you went travelling for work or to the fairs,
Yeah,
you took that caravan with you,
yeah.
and they reserved your spot for when you
They
came back.
they reserve your spot. They don't want to reserve it, but they will if you beg them. It's just tough. Or doubling up, trebling up. You've got 3 people using the same toilet and 1 shower. It's not nice, but what else do you do?
Moving from the Withen Lane site, you went, I think, to a site in Stone.
Yeah.
And whose site was that, please?
My nan and granddad own the site, but it's not a gypsy site. It's a mobile home residential site. We was on Withen Lane, and then obviously COVID came out. Not many people probably know, but a lot of travellers' site closed. Nobody was allowed on. No one was allowed off. And obviously 3 families using the same toilet. Everyone was a bit worried, and
Yes.
so my mum and dad said, "Why don't you move here?" So we moved there, which was on their driveway. There's no kids, no pets allowed on there. It's for only retired people only.
Yes.
We was there probably 4 to 5, probably 6 weeks actually, the first lockdown.
And help me with this. You said they own the site. Did they own the mobile home park or a plot on that mobile home park?
They just owned a plot on it.
Right. Sorry. Forgive me. Yeah, I was going to say they were different.
I misunderstood. I thought you meant they own the whole park.
No,
So that
each person owns their individual.
Yes. So
home.
they own a mobile home
And
with
people
a plot.
can have like a touring van if you're going to go away. You can come back, pack it in.
Yeah.
But obviously the site is Stafford. It's their family, and they only wanted really their family there.
Yeah.
Because so a lot of traveller sites like closed the gates. No one's allowed in. No one's allowed out. Only for shopping reasons only.
Okay. So can we go back to your nan and granddad's side?
They live on there as well.
Yeah. So they have on their plot. They've obviously got the driveway, which is big enough to get your touring caravan on.
Yeah.
So did you go there because of COVID?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Everyone was worried, really.
Yeah,
We didn't want to
yeah.
go out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I mean, it wasn't a gypsy site.
No.
So obviously it was a temporary measure.
Yeah.
So were the site owners were happy to accommodate you, were they?
Yeah. Obviously, they wasn't very happy when we turned up with a large gypsy caravan, but like I said to them, where else can we go, you know?
Okay, thank you.
So you stayed there for how long? Was it up until the point where you all moved on
Yeah, I think
Lock,
it was
stock and
March.
barrel to-
We stayed there from
Blackbrook Nursery?
probably the first time COVID came around, February, then we moved on to the site, March bank holiday. think it was March bank holiday.
I think there's some suggestion it may have been May, but
Oh, May bank holiday. Sorry, I'm not sure. No, was there? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we was on. Yeah, sorry, May bank holiday.
okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And you've recounted the fact in your proof actually that you tried to do the things the right way at Blackbrook Nursery, applying for planning permission before moving on, but forced by circumstances to move onto the land. You say, we tried to sell Blackbrook Nursery when planning permission was first refused, but were unable to do so. And you heard Mr. Douglas-Clee give evidence about the attempt to sell it at auction. Is that what you're recounting there?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the development of the site and the money paid for it and the money paid for the work to the site, can you confirm it's all been split 4 ways?
Yes.
And if there was to be any further work required as a result of any conditions, whether it be putting down a membrane or a package sewage treatment plant, something of that nature, would that be split 4 ways too?
Yes.
Thank you. And you tell us that you work as a builder and a roofer. So help me with this. Would you be prepared to do any of the work, the groundwork?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And were you involved in any of the groundwork that was done in order to develop the site in the first place?
Yeah.
Thank you. And then you tell us about your travelling away for work, and there's no dispute that you are entitled. You're not just you're a Romany gypsy
Yes.
by birth, but you're also entitled to what we call gypsy status, planning gypsy status. No dispute about that. And you tell us about travelling, your travelling patterns. And in this year, you tell us you travelled down to Surrey, Bournemouth, Taunton, Southwest, and you've also gone to the horse fairs at Appleby and closer to home, Leicester.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you buy and sell horses or anything else at the fairs, or do you go there just to meet up with old friends and family?
I go there to meet up with old friends, and just it's nice just to be in the circle and see people really. If I see a horse, I buy one. Or I'm not really as much into horses as what Dolphy and Tom are.
You'll be third on the ladder if you try and get your mare.
Yeah,
into
it's just
stable.
it's just a matter of being involved really. It's just a traditional thing. All our grandparents and.
So it's more a cultural thing
Yeah.
than making any
It's
money.
like, for instance, my nan used to sleep under a wagon with a horse. It's just to keep the tradition going.
Yeah, thank you.
I think you did say you had you went to Appleby Fair and you sold your horse at
Yeah.
Appleby Fair. So where would you keep your horses? Where are they kept? And how many do you have?
I haven't got any at the moment.
You haven't got at the
No.
moment. Okay. If you you obviously did have one.
Yeah, like everything, they're making good money at the minute.
That was
Yeah.
last year. If you did buy another horse, something caught your eye, where would that be kept?
Obviously, first option would bring it back to the site. But
Yeah.
if there's no room, or if we haven't got a stable free, obviously we can always family member have land we could rent to put. They might have a field with 20 horses in, so we could put another one in.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, as far as travelling is concerned, you usually take your family with you, you tell us. And you sometimes travel with Mr. Wilson and Dolphus Clee.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that to undertake work together, or is it just to travel as a group and then you
It's
go
more
off and do
traveling
your...
it's more traveling in a group and going together, isn't it?
Yeah. And you tell us how you feel, and like a wild bird in a cage if you stay in one place too long. So you're expressing your feeling about the need to travel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's probably how you feel when you need a holiday, just to get a break away and come back, and there's somewhere to call home, isn't it? I suppose.
Definitely concur with that feeling.
Yeah. We all need a holiday. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to ask you then about the education of your children. Perhaps first, health. Are you all fit and healthy? You and Shelby and Mark, James and Marshall?
Yeah, we're all healthy. They suffer a little bit from asthma, but it's nothing major. They just take asthma pumps, but that's about it.
But you're registered with the doctor in Madeley.
Yes.
And Mark James is now enrolled in Loggerheads Primary School.
Yes.
And how's he doing at the primary school?
Yeah, he's just started in reception. They said he's doing fine. He's learning, Just started counting numbers to 10. Just a different world. And when we was young, we never had to go to school, but now it's just a different world.
Yeah. And how do you feel about his education in the future? I mean, what hopes, aspirations do you have for him?
I want him to learn. I don't want him to be doing the same things what we're doing.
Right.
I want him to get a good education, and he might get a job like you one day.
He might be replacing me in this position. I hope so. Somebody's going to have to. He's going to have to learn him quickly. And the same goes for Marshall, does it?
Yeah, he's only one at the minute. Hopefully next year we'll start him in nursery or something.
Thank you. And as far as the site is concerned, and accessibility to shops and services, we told us about the Madeley Doctors, the Loggerheads Primary School. What about shopping? Where do you and your wife shop? And you know, if you just want a pint of milk, where do you go? And if you want a weekly shop,
if you just want local stuff, we go to the farm shop. First option, second options, Co-op and Loggerheads. Or if we're going to go for a weekly shop, we'll probably go to Morrison's and Market Drayton.
Would we see you jogging around Blackbrook or the?
No,
you're not one of those.
No, I do go to the gym, but I don't go jogging. No. It's too cold.
But have you? How have you accessed or got to the farm shop? I mean, do you always get in your car and drive up there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the concern of the local authority, the council, is that you know, it's a dangerous walk up to the junction. And then on, you know, to the pavement at the top of the road, top of Newcastle Road. I mean, is that something you agree with? I mean, would you do it, or would you allow, for example,
we've walked to the pub before the Swan 2 necks.
Right. And is it something that is very hazardous in your view, or is it a journey?
It's a busy main road, but you can walk on the grass verge. It's probably, I don't know how many meters it is, but you get up to the main road, there's a footpath to the pub all the way from the junction.
Thank you. I just want to ask you one last question. In the future, will you continue to travel for work? And if so, what will happen to your children? Will you and your wife, will you be taking them with you, or will you leave them on the site?
They'll stay on site. I'd go away. Now they've got a bit of a base to stay. I can go away on my own. It's not as much pressure on you.
Thank you. Yeah, no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
When you were on the Sandbach site,
I wasn't on.
sorry, not Sandbach. Where were you? Where am I again?
Front Withens, number
1.
one.
That right. So, did you, when you travelled for work, did you take the family with you then?
Depending how long we was going for. If it was only going for a few days, I'd go on my own.
Yeah.
Sometimes a bit of a break from the wife, but other times, if we're this school, like there wasn't in school, but it's a traditional thing for gypsies, like go away in school holidays. There's fields we can go, like in Bournemouth, they open a field in the summer. Mm-hmm. It's just nice to have a bit of peace of mind. You can go there and stay, and you don't get no hassle from local authorities because you stay on the side of the road. You're there 48 hours. You've got to go. You could be at work and she'd be ringing you. There's police around the caravan. We've got to move. And
so that would always be your preference then, to go somewhere where you know that there's going to be a field open or whatever.
It's anybody's preference, isn't it? You know, if not, you put your caravan in the back and you just drive down the road and you pull up wherever you can. So,
okay. All right. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Lee.
Morning.
Do you own any other land?
No.
When you moved onto the site, did you realise that you'd need planning permission to live there?
Yes.
Does Charlene Fury live on the site?
No.
No. Has she ever lived on the site?
No.
Did she make a contribution to buying the land?
This is something. This is something you'd have to ask Dolphus Clee.
Right, but do you know the answer to that?
No.
Okay.
Can I just check? So, Charlene Fury, what relationship is she to you?
She's a distant cousin, like Dolphus and Thomas. She your first cousin?
No. Well, actually, I don't mind. It's a fact.
It was
yeah.
okay for that guy to talk over there.
She's my first cousin, she's my sister,
Right.
and then obviously she bought that land.
Well, hang on. So just so people could on the live stream. So she's your first cousin, but she's more like a sister to you. Yes. Okay. Can you just answer the question Mr. Smythe asked about? Did she contribute to the purchase of the land? So money wise.
Yeah, she helped me out when paying for it.
So did she loan you the money, or is she actually a part owner of the site?
She owned it, she had a caravan, and then the rest of the payment she done there to pay for my part of that for me. And what happened? Supposed to sign it over in my name, but my brother made my brother, he hasn't signed the paper.
Right. Okay. So
My name.
that's a matter in hand then between brothers.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, right. Okay. So she loaned you the money rather than and she's not living on the site. Has she ever lived on the site? No. Okay. Thank you. Right. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mark.
Just for your notice, because she was a named defendant for the injunction. That's why I was asking. Yeah. Yeah. So, Mr. Lee, when the four families moved on to the site, May last year, that's the first time that all of you have lived together on the same site. Is that right?
No.
Right. So, where else have you all lived? All four families together?
I've just said when we travel in the summer, we all go together.
Right. But as a settled base, this is the first time you've all, for a long period of time, lived in the same site. Your son, Mark James, who attends the Loggerhead Primary School, would you drop him off at school and then collect him at the end of the day? Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's called Hugo Maynell.
Yeah. And would one parent collect all the kids who is at primary school, or are the collection and times different?
I think they're all the same time, but we all help each other out. If like this morning,
make shared journeys.
Yeah, like this morning, all the kids went in one car. We dropped them at school before we came here. Probably be the same going home, and it's the same with doctor's appointments, hospital appointments, women appointments, pregnancy appointments. We all help each other out.
Yeah. And when you were living on the Withen Lane site, you think for about a year, were you on the same pitch, or did you move around the site?
I was on one pitch. When I would come back, someone else moved there, but someone else moved, so I went into a different pitch.
Understood.
Yeah.
And did you pay rent when you were staying at Withen Lane?
Yes.
And what rent were you paying?
I've got one caravan. It's £50
per week.
Yeah.
Yeah. And after Withen Lane, you think you spent about 6 weeks in Stone. Am I right saying that your parents have got a pitch and also your grandparents have got their own pitch?
Yes.
Yeah. So, but you spent the whole time on your parents' pitch?
Yes.
Yeah. So just sort of clear on the timeline, you move on to the site May 2020, May last year.
Yes.
You moved onto the Stone site as the pandemic was coming, so kind of February time, I think. And then before then, you spent about a year at Withen Lane.
Yes.
So that would bring us to the start of 2019. So what were you doing for, say, the 2 years during 2017 and 2018? Where were you living during that time?
Different sites.
What sites were they?
There's a site in Bournemouth.
And were you doubling up?
Yes. Well, there was probably 20 caravans and there was one toilet.
And how long were you there for?
3 months, 4 months.
And where else did you live during 2018?
I stayed on a site in Surrey.
And how long were you there for?
9 months.
Because the evidence before the inspector is that the families bought the land in 2016, 2017.
August 2017.
In 2016 or 2017.
Well, it's 2017 when we bought the land.
Right. So when in 2017 did you buy the land?
August.
Right. Right.
Does that get that question clear?
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
you've asked everybody that question.
So that's August 2017. And so if the living arrangements for all the families were so unsatisfactory and there was such a pressing need to find a settled base, why didn't you submit a planning application soon after you bought the land in summer 2017?
When was the first application put in?
Well, I don't know, but I don't think it's till 2018.
It took us 2 months to get the land signed over.
Right.
Then we was in different places. We tried, obviously, like everyone in this room, we're law-abiding citizens as well. So we tried to do everything correct. So we obviously discussed about it, and then we had different views from different people. And then eventually we decided to put in a planning application.
But the reason for buying the land is because you aspired to live on it, didn't you?
Eventually, yeah.
Right. I mean, none of you are wealthy families, are you?
Not exactly, no.
No. So you all club together, make sacrifices to buy this land,
Yeah.
which you hope then to all live on as a settled base. But you don't decide to make a planning application until the following year.
No, that's up to us when we put in a planning application, isn't it?
Yes. I don't mean to criticise you, but
What are you trying to do then?
yeah, well, I'll be blunt with you. The council struggles to accept that if you're right, that there was this pressing need to live somewhere for a settled base. It's surprising that the planning application wasn't made until nearly a year after you bought the land. That's the straightforward point.
Well, can we be clear? When the planning application was, this is the one that got withdrawn, presumably, is it? So when was it actually put in? Mrs. Moulton, do you have that information yet?
Yes, we received the application on the 25th of June in 2018. It took a little while before it was declared valid and registered. That was the 5th of September 2018.
It was actually submitted for consideration and validation on the 25th of June 2018.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so
that's 8 months after.
Yeah, so not quite a year.
Yeah.
So can I ask, when the planning application was submitted, did you submit that yourself, or did any of the?
I never submitted it myself.
No,
It might be one of the other family members because we've all done different parts, like helping each other out.
So did you take advice? Did you have an agent working for you that put the application in?
Yeah.
Right. So I presume you had to instruct him at some point, and then they had to prepare the planning application to be submitted.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
It took 3 to 4 months. I think it was about 3 months to sign it over. There was delays in it. They had to have a search and everything. It was all took
That's all the legal work, was it? From having bought it from auction.
We bought it from auction through Hinton and Parry.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I have to call this also if you want to, but to complete the chronology, so validated 5th of September 2018. Yes, withdrawn 28th of November 2018. Then the new application was submitted 1st of May 2019.
And that was the one that was refused.
Correct.
The first one.
Which wasn't appealed, and then
That's right.
the third, yes. Yes. Why was the first planning application withdrawn?
I haven't got the answer for that.
You don't know. And do you know why, having withdrawn that, you and the other families waited 6 months before submitting the second application?
I haven't got the answer for that.
Very well. Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions.
Just a quick thing to note on that first application, what we put in while it was going through, there was a big sign erected in the local village, "No gypsies welcome." Say no to traveller site in Blackbrook.
Right, and why Why does that make a difference in?
No, I was just saying, it was just something just to be that was there. That was right outside Mr. Manuerin's house.
Right. Right.
Unless you want to.
I'll leave it. You're yeah,
Leave it
no,
as
that's
that.
not on the evidence, but
No,
yeah.
we'll leave it as that.
Can I ask, do this timeline, does it tell from the records of the council why the application was withdrawn? I think it's probably reasonable that the appellants, they may not have been aware of it. They've got an agent, they may not have been aware of all the ins and outs of it.
Yes, well, if it would assist, the application had been recommended for refusal. There was a report published on the committee agenda recommending refusal for the application, and the email that we received withdrawing the application stated that following receipt of the committee report and the recommendation of refusal, I have spoken to my clients and they have and they would like to withdraw the current application. We are now considering whether to address, we can address the concerns raised with a view to resubmitting with further information.
So in essence, the committee report would have set out the concerns of the council and of local residents, etc. And it's not uncommon that applicants then withdraw a proposal, hoping that they may be able to address it if they then submit a further application. Is that right?
Yes, I would
Yeah.
say that's right.
I
Yes.
don't think we had enough
Thank you.
information. There wasn't enough information.
I don't have any questions.
I do, madam. Yeah, I don't. It's not at all. I don't need to ask you about the no gypsy sign, although it is a fact, and you've explained that it was erected, it is part of the evidence that you've given. The other point to ask you about is this. I appreciate you don't know that much about the planning application process and the withdrawal, but am I right in thinking, and I think this is probably on, again, Mrs. Moulton's email records, that initially the first application that appears to have been submitted in June of 2018 was submitted by a planning consultant called Eleanor Overton.
Yes.
And that was the application that was subsequently withdrawn in the way that Mrs. Moulton has described. The fresh application, which was refused, was submitted by Mrs. Alison Heiner, a different planning consultant.
Yes.
And you're now obviously instructing Mr. Philip Brown. So there were, in terms of chronology, about three different actions. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And would that be a convenient one for a short break?
It would, yes. Let's have a break till stick to 5 to 11, please. Thank you. That was a break from 5 till 11. Thank you. Right, just before we start with the evidence of Ms Wilson, right, there was a couple of just sort of factual questions that I've neglected to ask. In fact, Dolphus Clay, Thomas Clay, and Mark Lee. Mr. Lee's not here, but perhaps I could just ask Dolphus Clay and Thomas Clay. What vehicles do you have on the site?
Vehicles.
Yeah, vehicles. So do you have a car and a van? What size is the van? Is it like sort of a white van, you know, the double doors on the back or a slidey door on the side? Yep. Okay. That's all. Yeah. And Thomas Clay.
All-wheel drive here.
Yeah. Is your transit? So you, just for the live stream, you've got a four-wheel drive car, and you've also got a 3.5 ton transit. Is the transit a similar vehicle to the one that Dolphus Clay has?
No, it is
a tipper, right? Thank you. And can I ask Mark Lee, what vehicles do you have, Mr. Lee? You have a van and a car. So the van, is it similar to Dolphus Clay's or to Thomas Clay? Right. There was also mention of a horse box. I think Dolphus Clay, you mentioned a horse box. So the horse box as well. Yeah. And is that a self-contained horse box, or is it a towing horse box? A towing. Thank you. And how many horses would that? Two at a time. Okay, thank you. Yep, that's all I have. Thank you. One thing is we're being slapped on the wrist again. We're forgetting, probably me, forgetting to put the microphones on again. So they're losing the sound on the live stream. So if we can try and be vigilant about that and make sure we put them on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Good morning, Mrs. Wilson.
Good morning.
Madam, you have a statement or a proof of evidence from Dawn Wilson, and also I'm going to refer briefly to supporting letters when I ask Mrs. Wilson some questions. You have a letter from the Gypsy Roma Traveller Advisory Teacher, Madam, Caroline Escott, then a letter from Napley Lodge Farm, that being the nursery school, attended by Jamie, a letter from Mrs. Lynn Jones, which is of general application, and then the Horton Lodge letter, document number 1, which is the special school that Thomas James attends.
I haven't seen those letters, and Mrs. Johnson haven't.
Well, I was sent them by the case officer, so I assume that they would have been sent through to everybody.
Yeah.
We only have copies which are marked and coloured in.
Okay, I have plain copies. So if I give you my plain copy, could you just somebody nip out and copy them for you now? And we just pause for a few moments while that's done. Thank you.
Talking of photocopies, Madam, you should also now have, I put it on the side of your desk, 4 of the authorities. I think the message may have gone out that the 5th, which is the long judgment, not be copied. But no, there's one that was not in the bundle, the attachments I sent. I don't think that will be a problem when you see how I refer to it in my closing speech, because I just literally quote the paragraph, and it's a paragraph relating to the proportionality test. And I really don't think you're going to need the rest of the judgment. This is a bank Mellet case. But if you do need it, we can get it produced for you. It's certainly on an email.
I'm sure Mr. Smile will be eagle-eyed on it, and
Yeah,
I'm sure if he feels it's been taken out of context or incorrectly quoted, he will pipe up, no doubt, Mr. Smile. Yeah, thank you. I think since these are all your submissions, we'll give it one inquiry document number. I think I'm trying to think was it number 3? Let me find my book.
Not sure where we got to.
Yes. I'll have it down as inquiry document 3. So that will be the bundle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam, again, while we're waiting for the photocopies on timing, I'm happy to call Mr. Brown immediately after Mrs. Wilson, but my examination chief might be a little bit more succinct if we have perhaps a short break before I do that. We've gone much quicker than I thought we would. I mean, we've still got Mrs. Wilson, but
yes.
I
think you've got Mr. Brown down for an hour and a half. Is that right?
I don't think it's going to take that long. And thinking about examination in chief, it seems to me that I'll be a lot shorter if I have a little bit of time just to run through him what points we do need to pick up on.
Well, how long will you need?
Well, only 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
But it might depend on what time you were thinking of lunch. I know we had a very early lunch.
We did, but I think that just fell, and we needed to talk about other things as well at the time.
Let's see how we get on with.
Yes, let's see how long this next section takes, and then we can review it then. I'm happy to give you a short break if you need to. Wouldn't want to go much beyond about 1:15 for lunch. So if we can get the evidence in chief in by 1:15, then I'd say go ahead.
Okay.
And then we'll have lunch and get into the cross-examination after lunch.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. Do you want a couple of minutes? Are you sure? Okay, off we go then. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mrs. Wilson. Are you Dawn Wilson?
Yes.
Of Plot 2, Blackbrook Nursery. And you tell us in your proof of evidence that you live there, and we know you live there in a mobile home.
Yeah.
With your husband, John, and your children, also the eldest named John, age 12. Is he still 12?
Yeah, he's still 12.
Yeah. Thomas James, age 9.
Yeah.
And Jamie Joseph, age 3.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. And before we talk about health and your children, in particular, can I just ask you where you were living prior to moving on to the site? You tell us that you were living on your father-in-law's pitch at Within Lane. Is that right? And was that a different site from the site on which Mark Lee was living?
It's like split between, split 3 pairs, like 3 fences. So like he was on that side and we was on that side.
Right. And he tells us that you are related
Yeah.
The two of you, but also to the Clees.
Yeah. The Cleese are my first cousin, Mark's distant cousin,
Yeah.
but I've known Mark since he's been a child.
Thank you. And you've travelled around as families
Yeah.
with his family and the Clees.
Yeah.
Is that right? But is this the first opportunity where you've been able to settle down, as it were, and have a base site
Yeah.
all together? Thank you. You tell us about the conditions, living conditions within Lane. We've talked about doubling up. Is that what you were effectively doing, or
More than doubling up, really, because where we was like within one caravan.
yes?
And then like I had no toilet or nothing. I had to use in-laws toilet in the day.
Yes.
And then nighttime, basically you had to drive off to the garage or basically wait for the next morning. Same as the shower. If you didn't get a shower at a certain time,
Yes.
door was locked. That was the end of the showering till the next day. Then like it was harder with the kids as well. Like you got through the night, like if you needed to, Thomas James needed washing or whatever, I used to have to bring everything in to the caravan.
Well, let's talk then about your children. John Junior, the 12-year-old,
Yeah.
fit and healthy.
Yeah.
Good. And just help me with this at the moment. In terms of his education, has he ever been to school? And
Yeah,
if so,
he's been to school until he was 11.
yes.
And then when he turned 11, he come out of school and then he's been tutored. He has tutor comes.
Right. Is that Lynn Jones?
Yeah, and also Caroline, she gives him work as well.
And is that Caroline?
That's the travelling teacher.
The traveller advisory teacher, Caroline Escott.
She keeps an eye on his work also with the tutor as well.
Right. Okay. And was John Junior here yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was a young lad here yesterday. Just help us with Lynn Jones and her tutoring of the children. Does she just tutor John, or does she also tutor other children on the site?
No, she does the other children. That she comes in to each home,
Yeah.
and she has an hour
Yes.
with each one of them, and then she leaves you work. If I ask for work for John,
Yes.
and extra work for math and things like I'm concerned about,
Yes.
she gives me extra, and then she just comes back down, and then she each week, and then she just gives you more stuff. And
Right.
she comes in, she's really nice.
So she spends an hour in each caravan. She leaves work
Yeah.
for John to, as you call
Yeah.
him, to undertake while she's not on site, and then she comes back,
Yeah.
checks that, and goes through that with him.
Yeah, and if I've got any issues, like I want him to read better,
Yeah.
she'll work on his reading more.
Right.
She's quite good.
Madam.
How often does she come in a week?
She comes once a week, but she when she comes once a week, she'll give you enough stuff, like so every day they can sit down. They don't like it, but obviously you've got to do it each day. Then they sit and have an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then when she comes back down, she'll take it off you, give you more, and if I ask for more, she'll give you more. And in the school holidays, she's really good. If you tell her you want 6 weeks of stuff, she'll give you 6 weeks.
So if you were going travelling,
Yeah, she'll
then-
give you a pack. She puts it all in a pack for his age group, and then he's got to do it.
right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And is it the work that she leaves for John to do? Is it all document based, paper based, or is there anything online?
It's some's on computer,
Yeah.
some's paper. Depends. It's all what he should be learning in high school. That's what he's on. Whatever age and classroom he should be in there. That's what she's teaching him.
Right. Thank you. And let's move on, please, to Thomas James, who's 9 years of age, and you tell us, and I hope you're happy to explain his condition in this forum, that he cannot walk or talk, needs 24-hour supervision, suffers from epilepsy, and has had 13 operations on his bowel.
Yep.
Stays in hospital regularly because of epileptic fits, presumably. Goes for checkups twice a year at hospital in Sheffield for his bowel condition, and his care is being transferred, it says, in September next year to a hospital closer to home.
What it is, I had him in, when I gave birth to Thomas James, I had him in Doncaster.
Right.
So he was like 24 hours old and he got transferred to Sheffield Children's Hospital.
Yes.
And that's why he's always been under Sheffield with his bowels, because his bowel at the minute is controlled with a stoma bag, and they're not worried. He only got to go back once every 12 months. If I'm worried or any problems, I can ring Sheffield up, but he also sees Newcastle Stoke,
Yes.
he sees them for his bowel as well. So like
Okay.
if he's got a little problem, they'll just ring Sheffield up and the LA's together on the phone, and then Newcastle takes care of it.
Right. So Sheffield is the hospital that he has had long-standing treatment.
Yeah, he stayed there along a lot
with.
of those newborn
And they
stage.
know him and his condition
Personally,
very well.
yeah.
Yeah. And he knows them, presumably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But Newcastle seems to be taking over
Yeah.
some of that role. Okay. And in fact, Horton Lodge School, where which he now attends in or near Leek.
Yeah.
Yes. In Staffordshire, tell us that he has a diagnosis of something called Mowat-Wilson syndrome.
It's Mowat-Wilson syndrome. It's a very, very rare syndrome. And with the syndrome, you get Hirschsprung disease. And Hirschsprung disease is to do with the bowel disease, what Thomas James has also got. And what that is, that's why he's had 13 operations on his bowel, because the middle of his bowel at the bottom didn't work. There was no nerve system. So they had to repair it. And that's why they found out when he was 24 hours old that his bowel wasn't working.
Right.
And then as he got a bit older, about 4 or 5 months old, they found out that he had the syndrome with the Hirschsprungs, because normal healthy children can have Hirschsprung disease, but Thomas James is happened to have Mowat-Wilson syndrome, and that is connected as well. But you haven't got to have that syndrome to have that Hirschsprung disease.
So
but unfortunately, Thomas James did.
It's the additional complication.
Yeah, it's like two things. And dear old Thomas James, he spent from being a day old to 4-month-old in hospital with a stoma bag. He got sent out, then he got put back in when he was about 6 months old. And then from 6 months old, he should have had one operation. He was in there for 9 months. He never come out of Sheffield Hospital till 9 months later.
Yes.
And then as he was in hospital, I found out he had the syndrome.
Right. Gosh. Thank you. And
I understand a bit more about the transfer of care to Newcastle.
Yeah, what happened was basically Thomas James got to come out of Sheffield, and then we were staying at Doncaster.
Yeah.
And then basically all my husband's family left Doncaster and they went to Lincolnshire, and I moved to Staffordshire. That was Within Lane. And obviously when I moved to Staffordshire, because my family more live at Staffordshire area, for help with Thomas James and my oldest boy, that's when everything got transferred over to Newcastle. And that's why he's under Newcastle for.
So is all his care now under Newcastle?
Yeah,
Because you said they were in consultation
yeah, only
with Sheffield.
only with the one thing, but most of it, like 90% of everything's here, and it's just the bowel bit at Sheffield, but I only see him once a year.
Yeah.
And the LA's with Newcastle anyway.
Lovely. Thanks
Yeah.
very much. Thank you.
right. So we're pretty much
Yeah, we're here.
transferred in terms of his treatment to Newcastle, apart from the bowel, which they still kind of supervise his treatment.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. And just to add to the complications, he's lactose intolerant.
He is, yeah.
But perhaps more important, he suffers from global development delay.
Yeah, he is.
So he has those conditions you've described, including the epilepsy and the Hirschsprung's disease and the syndrome, but also global development delay. And so he's attending the Horton Lodge Special School, and we've got the letter from the special school. He's said to be non-mobile and non-verbal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm sure you understand, his needs and his moods. But the school says he requires access to specialist equipment to meet his many needs, such as a wheelchair, supported seat, standing frame, walking frame, and a change bed.
Yeah.
Help us with this. When you were living at Withens Lane,
Yeah.
what were you living in?
Caravan.
A touring caravan.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how? I mean, obviously he's growing up now. He's presumably an older and a bigger boy.
It was very, very hard, because basically with a stoma bag, and because he's got special needs, in the middle of the night he rips the bag off.
Right.
So obviously I don't really want to go, but you can imagine it's not nice. And he shared a bed with his other brother. So obviously I'm up through the night with him, changing stoma bags, bringing kettles of water in, bathing him. This is at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Then also he's on sleeping medication because he doesn't sleep. So Thomas James can be up all through the night anyway,
Right.
as well as the stoma bag, and then more. So it was very difficult in the caravan, and he needs a standing frame. He needs to be in it an hour a day. It's very hard when I don't know if you've been in a caravan, like they're very narrow.
Mm,
And also a special seat to sit on the seat with. He's got to have a strap seat because he likes to chuck himself back and forward. He's got to have a special seat, special standing frame. The bed, he put a bed rail up it and he'd still climb over. Even though he can't walk or crawl, he can still get himself over. So it's very difficult. It's full time.
Yes, it sounds it. And a wheelchair, was there any possibility of
Not
having a
in a
wheelchair in
caravan.
a caravan?
No.
What was your motivation then for moving from, what was the reason why you moved from Withen Lane? Was it because you were being forced off the pitch because of it was needed for somebody else, the space, or was it because of Thomas James?
It wasn't practical. It was both ways. We was there temporary.
Yes.
It was never there permanently. We wasn't allowed to be permanently there. It was temporary. We had no facilities. And also, like you just said, Thomas James is getting bigger. John's getting bigger. I had the baby at the time, Jamie, and it's just not working. It wasn't working. And basically, I need the mobile home for running, like to everybody else, what's running water. But to me, it's like somebody giving me £1 million to actually have running water, a bath, a sink, and actually can do everything inside without going outside. Yeah. So all them things what people take for granted, to me, it's not a thing to take for granted. It's a really big deal. So that's what I needed. And obviously, I'm such in a better routine. Because Thomas James gets a taxi, the minibus Gordon picks him up from school, takes him to school. It's just so much.
He
gets his care, what he needs. They're brilliant in the school, what he's in. They've got 20 every day. They've got his physio. They've got a standing frame ordered for him in there. They've got a chair ordered for him. They've got a special seat ordered for him. It's just, he's thriving. He's so happy when he comes back from school. It's long days. He goes like from 8:15 and he has the full day, but he enjoys it. And he's so bright when he comes back. He's not just fed up and bored, because at the end of the day, he needs entertaining.
Yes, cool.
And also the other one, my 3-year-old, he's in nursery.
I'm going to come on to him in a second. So you have those facilities now on site. If we just then move on to, we can all read the letter from Caroline Escott, and she goes into detail about your son, Thomas James. And she says that it took months for you and her to get Thomas James into Horton.
Oh, nightmare,
School. And obviously, we're talking about a period over COVID when COVID had locked us all down as well. But he will be transferring, she says, to Blackfriars Special School after finishing at Horton Lodge. And that school is only 7 miles from
Yes, Newcastle.
In Newcastle, thank you. And what, I mean, are we expecting him to transfer at the age of 11? Or is there a particular? He
has till he's 11. He's 10 Christmas Day.
Yes. Oh,
so
right.
yeah. So he has now, and then he has next September.
Yes.
And then next September he goes to Newcastle because it's a better school for his age, because he gets bigger.
And do you know much about the Blackfriars School? Have you already investigated?
I've already investigated in it, and his teacher Wendy, she's told me a lot about it, and she said, personal opinion, that that's the school for Thomas James.
Right. Okay.
So we're very thin around every area really for schools. Yeah. But they're really good, that one is apparently.
Wonderful. So then moving on to Jamie Joseph. You say he's behind for his age, slow at learning to talk, and has been referred for investigation at the Jenny Wood Speech and Language
under
Centre.
speech and language.
He's at the Napley Lodge Farm Nursery, and they are, we're told by Cheryl Jones, the manager, giving him, and you, it seems, some support in terms of improving his speech and language.
What it is, he says 2 words. He says like he talks, but not a lot for his age.
Yes.
And he is behind. So I've had a chat to the nursery about it, and the nursery agrees with me. So he's under Jenny Woods, the speech and language in Newcastle.
Yes.
And also next week, they're going to sort out a one-to-one with him in the nursery 3 days a week to help him with his speech and to help him come on.
Thank you. And how many days a week did you say he goes to
He
the
goes
nursery?
Monday, Wednesday and Friday, 9 till 3. No, he goes 9 till 3.
9 till 3.
Yeah.
And how do you see his reaction, as it were, to going to nursery?
Oh, he loves it. He absolutely loves it. I dropped him off before we came here and he
Mm.
absolutely loves it.
Good.
He loves the girls. The teachers are really, really kind and he likes them. And he's coming on. He's starting to say a few words and things. So yeah,
Good.
it's all good.
Thank you. You're registered with doctors in, is it Madeley?
Yeah, but it's Baldwin as well. It's joint doctor
A
surgery.
joint practice?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
We see them quite a lot.
And tell me this, if you're called out to, or you have to take Thomas James to the hospital in the middle of the night, perhaps because of an epileptic episode, what do you do with your children? I mean, how are they cared for? Is it a case of your husband John always being on the site?
No, because John's there, but he ain't there like full time. I'm mostly the one what looks after my kids, and I'm the one what takes care of the home. He works away a lot. So when he works away, obviously, if Thomas James has an epilepsy fit, because they can come on like you think he's perfect, and then he just starts fitting. If it lasts as long and the rescue medicine doesn't work, I ring the ambulance up. I just basically open the door and shout, or the 12-year-old runs out to Mr. Clay or Mrs. Lee, and one of them come in and they look after the family while I go out to the hospital. And obviously I could be out for 2 days in Stoke. So when I'm in the hospital, they look after them. And then when I come back, obviously everything's normal again.
Yeah. And has that happened since you've been on the site?
It's happened once. We didn't have to be admitted. So that was good, but he had to go. But up to now, so far, this past few months, he's been all right. Mostly, he's really bad in the winter.
Yes.
That's my worstest time, like January, February time, Christmas time. But at the minute, we're all right. That's all I'm saying. He's had a few epilepsy turns last week and the week before, and a few infections, but I've managed to maintain him at home and look after him.
Thank you. And in terms of things like shopping, where do you do your
I live and die at the farm shop.
At the farm shop?
Yeah, they've even stopped my favourite Red Bull in. No, they're really nice. I go there and I go to the co-op.
Do you drive to the farm
drive.
shop?
I drive everywhere.
Yeah. And as far as getting James Joseph to school, to the nursery, do you drive him?
I drive him, yeah.
And are there any shared trips between the families?
Depends, like if me and Mrs. Lee want to go out that day, she'll say, right, I'll drop Jamie off and I'll drop Matt James off.
Did you say?
Mrs. Lee.
Oh, Mrs. Lee.
Yeah, if Mrs. Lee and me are going out for the day, we'll take turns. She'll drop off and then I'll go, right, well, I'll pick up, or Mrs. Clee the same.
Yeah, thank you.
We all take turns.
And John's business, please, you say he's travelled away a lot. And in fact, in your statement, you say he recently travelled on his own to Wales in the knowledge that his family were being looked after by the other families. In other words, you were being supported by the other families. But what does John do? Does he work in the same line as everybody else? Or
no, he does. So he does beds.
Beds?
Beds and furniture. So he delivers. Right. So sometimes he's here, but most of the time he's away.
Okay. And just to follow up questions from the inspector's questions to others, what vehicles do you have, the two of you?
He has a van,
yes,
and I have a car.
And what kind of size of the van?
I don't know.
Is it any different in size to, for example?
It's just a normal. It's a little bit bigger than Mr. Lee's. Just a normal size van where you can fit beds and things in.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I just ask? So he's selling beds and furniture. Yeah. So where would he store that?
He's got like a tin like storage thing, and he puts his stuff in there, and also he goes and collects it and then delivers it.
Where is the storage?
It's on the property where we are.
Right. So,
yeah,
so
you can see it when you come tomorrow to the green thing.
Yeah, is that the building that was there before? It's part of the nursery.
I don't know if it's next to the nursery. It's when you drive through the gate.
So
like a tin thing.
This is a new building that you.
No, it's not a building. It's like I don't know what it is. What is it? A storage container. That's the word. Yeah, it can be moved.
Yeah. Everything has to be moved.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Madam, that's something that I think Mr. Brown will need to deal with in terms of conditions, because there's no business use sought, and a condition can be imposed to deal with that. But also a condition can be imposed in respect of the size of vehicles that
Yeah,
might
no,
be used.
I do
I appreciate
know
your-
that. This is well,
I know, I appreciate
hence
that's
the
where your-
questions.
That's where your
Yes.
questions were going.
It was. It was.
I
Yes.
thought as
So,
much.
so just so I'm clear, so there's a storage container, the sort of thing you get on the back of a lorry,
Yeah.
and that's what your husband's
Yeah.
keeps his stock in,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then how does he sell it? Does it online, or I mean, he goes away to deliver, or does he
Yeah.
fill up the van and then go and?
Yeah, he fills the van and goes, and he stays at different places. Goes to Wales to where family is, and he goes there sometimes with the caravan, or sometimes he'll just lodge away, like go away in the summer and the winter, and he comes back on weekends.
So how does he get his contacts then for sales?
Oh, he just, I don't, he's got regulars, and if not, he just goes out.
Okay.
And he'll, most of the time, like he's got regulars, what he goes back to, because he's been doing it since he's been a child, like young.
Right.
So do you know what I mean?
Okay. So does
But-
he tend to sell to like retail shops, or is it to individuals?
Truth and honest with you, I don't really know that much, because I don't really go to work with him. So I won't sit here and tell you, because I don't really know.
No, that's
Do
fine.
you know what
No,
I
you
mean?
can't
I
say-
run
can't
the
say-
home, he
no.
runs the other business.
Yeah,
So I
okay.
do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have you travelled away with your husband when he's been working in the past few years, or even just to get away, perhaps to go to fairs or something of that nature?
I like going to the fairs.
Yes.
If the kids are good. When we do go away.
Do you mean by good? Do you
I mean,
mean
Thomas
healthy?
James with his epilepsy,
Yeah.
if it plays up and things like that, you've always got to be 3 steps ahead. Like,
Yeah.
if I think he's on a good day, then I'll go. But if I don't think he's on a good day, then I won't go.
No.
Because we'll plan something on the weekend, and then we probably don't end up going because something happens. Basically, you can't really plan when you've got a sick child. You've just kind of got to plan around the child and the other kids. And then if we happen to go, we're lucky. And if we don't go, then he goes. Or he'll take the oldest boy so we don't miss out. And then I stay back and look after the babies. That's it.
Thank you. And then finally, can I ask you this, please? If planning permission is refused for you to continue living on the site and you have to leave the site, do you have any idea of where you and your family might go? And if so, where to?
It's probably 99% the side of the road somewhere, because we've got nowhere else to go. And then obviously, if I go to the side of a road, what's the school going to do? What am I going to do for the doctors? What am I going to do for everything? It's not a really win-win situation, is it? We're settled, we're happy, we're not doing nobody no harm. And I just think it's like, I don't like to think about it, because it puts too much pressure on me to think like that, to be truthful.
Right.
I'd rather not think about it, but we'd have to go on a lay-by because we've got nowhere else to go. So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Thank you very much. If you wait there may be some
Yep.
questions. Thank you.
It's fine. Any questions?
Morning.
Yeah.
Just a few questions.
Yeah.
Do you own, or does your family own any other land?
No.
How long were you living at the Within Lane site before you moved on to the site?
Just thinking, I'd say about 12, 18 months. Could have been a bit more.
Did you pay rent?
A little bit, yeah.
And was it around £50?
Yeah.
And did you, during that 12 to 18 month period, when you were there, were you on the same pitch, or did you move around the site?
No, I stayed there, and then I think when we was there, I stayed there most of the time, like I said. And then if my husband and we did go away a few times, it'd probably be only for a few weeks in the summer. But I don't think we really did a lot then.
But when you were on Within Lane,
Yeah.
it was the same pitch, right? Doubled up.
Oh yeah, doubled up, yeah.
And before then,
Yeah.
you were Within Lane for up to a year and a half.
Yeah.
Where were you living before you lived there?
Doncaster.
Doncaster. And was that in a house or a site?
No, it was on like a site.
Was that a private site or a council site?
A private site.
And how long were you living there?
So about 2 years. I was there just after I had Thomas James, and then I'd say I was there for a couple of years, and then I had Thomas James, spent a lot of time in the hospital, and then we kind of went blurry from there. So you got to excuse me because I don't. And then after that, we left because there's a few people around us what you wouldn't want to really stay with, and then Noy's family left. So I'd say we was there about 2 years, clear-minded.
And so when, so Thomas James is 9, so I'm guessing he
Yeah.
was born in 2012.
Christmas Day he was born.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, not for him.
No, yeah. No, that's what I say.
No. Yes, the Christmas Day in 2012. So where were you living when he was
Born.
I was at Doncaster.
Doncaster,
Yeah.
right? Okay. And then he would have been about 5 years old, 5.5 years old when you bought the land, the appeal side.
I don't know yet.
Right,
I'm
okay.
not into that's the men's business. I don't really sort that bit out.
And have you, since you moved onto the site 17, 18 months ago, have you done any travelling as a family with the children? Or have you stayed put on the site?
Where I'm at. You
Yes.
mean this way? We've been away a couple of times with the kids, like took them to fairs and things, but we haven't actually been like far away now.
And so
I'm
when-
saying like a weekend away.
Yeah.
In the summer.
Can I just ask, when you were on the doubled up site?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you were in a touring caravan.
Yeah.
So when your husband needed to go to work, go
Yeah.
away for work, you'd all go then?
Yeah, sometimes, or sometimes he'd go and then he'd have to book at a hotel.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And the special needs school which Thomas attends, have you I know he's collected, but
Yeah.
have you been to the school yourself? and seen
Obviously,
it?
yeah, of course I am.
Yeah, I thought that'd be
Yeah.
the case. I didn't want to just want to check. I didn't. And that's about 3/4 an hour drive, is it?
It's quite good because I'll tell you where it is. It's literally as you go through Stoke, it's like just before you get to Leek. It's not actually at Leek. And the only bit of road what's not very nice is getting up to it. It's like back road. It's like you're going forever up the top of the hill. But it took me 20 minutes when I picked him up the other day because he was poorly. He had a temperature. 25 minutes I got him.
Right.
So it ain't that bad.
Yeah.
But we have transfers.
Thank you, Ms.
You're
Wilson.
right.
That's all the questions I have, Mum.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, no, examination. Sorry.
Examination. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam, then could we have perhaps 15 minutes or so, so that I can just clarify with Mr. Brown what it is that we need to address, and hopefully that will mean we can deal with examination in chief before lunch. I'm sure it will.
So shall we come back at 10 to?
Yep. Thank you very much.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay. Come back at 10 to 12 then, please. Right, everyone. So can we get back to work now, please? Okay, just a couple of things before we start. A couple of documents that I just want to clarify inquiry document numbers for. So the statement of Carolyn Unwin has been accepted, and that's inquiry document 6. The council have produced the timeline for the submission, validation and decision dates and dates of withdrawals for the various applications on the site, and that's inquiry document 7. That's just been amended as well. There was an inaccuracy in the date on it, so that's been changed. So that's good. Ms. Moulton's also put in this plan. You've got a copy of that, have you? Right, that's happy. Can you just clarify, Ms. Moulton, what that plan is, please?
Yes, that's the site layout plan that was taken into consideration in the determination of the 2019 application, the first refused planning application, 19//00332/FUL.
332. Okay,
Yeah.
yep. And that was refused.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam, and thank you for the time. Good morning, Mr. Brown. It's just still morning.
Good morning.
Madam, you have a proof of evidence for Mr. Brown, and in that proof of evidence, Mr. Brown explains in his introduction that he holds a Bachelor of Arts degree with honours in the subject of urban and regional planning. He's a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute with more than 40 years' experience of planning matters in both local government and private practice. Is that right, Mr. Brown?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. And you're the Managing Director of Philip Brown Associates and specialise in assisting gypsies and travellers in obtaining planning permission. You tell us how many sites you have obtained planning permission for in that paragraph, and then set out how you divide up your proof of evidence. And proofs of evidence are taken as read. Madam, would you like Mr. Brown to turn to his summary and read it out, or are you happy again for that to be taken as read?
I'm happy. I've read it, but obviously we do have third parties.
I know. I'm just wondering whether or not.
I think it would be advantageous to do that, even if it was just selected paragraphs, whatever you think, really.
Perhaps before Mr. Brown does that, can I just ask Mr. Brown to turn up paragraph 5.47 and make one alteration, which I think needs to be made in relation to the 2020 Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment, where in that paragraph, Madam, Mr. Brown says, the 2020 Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment has not been subject to public scrutiny through the development plan examination process. However, excluding turnover, it estimates that there is a need for at least 28 permanent pitches for PPTS and cultural gypsies in Newcastle Borough in the period 2021 to 2036, of which 14 are required in the first 5 years. Now, you remember, Mr. Brown, that I asked Mrs. Moulton about that, and she didn't, perhaps in relation to a slightly different, a different document, one of the position or the statement of common ground documents. But have you gone back to the GTAA, and can you tell us what the position is?
I have, yes. It's the way that ARC4 have set out their tables in a very confusing way, because they give two rows. One is cultural gypsies and one is PPTS gypsies. Now, normally with GTA, certainly those produced by opinion research services, they are separate figures, so that they give a number for PPTS gypsies and then a separate figure for those that don't fall within the definition. ARC4 haven't done that. They've put two columns, they're exactly the same, and actually they relate to exactly the same gypsies and travellers. So rather than it being 28, it's actually 14.
Yes, it's been sort of double counted almost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the 20. So the 20.
It should read 14.
And then how does that affect the 14 in the first 5 years?
I think that should be 8 in the first 5 years.
So it should be 8.
It should be, yeah. These figures are, as it makes clear, excluding turnover.
Right. Okay, I'm just going back to the position statements that were submitted by both parties. So how does that impact on what you've got in your position statement then?
It doesn't impact upon what the position statement was amended to. What we were agreeing in position statement was the minimum level of need according to the council, and that was need minus turnover. The figure that I've putting forward is need without taking off turnover, because for the reasons I've given, if you take off turnover, then what you're effectively doing is assuming out migration, and there is no evidential basis for saying that there is net out migration from this district. In actual fact, if you look at all of the unauthorised sites, you've got Blackbrook with 4 pitches. All of those families have actually come from outside of the district. We've got a pitch at Boggs Cottages. Again, they've come from outside of the district. And the store garages at Newchapel, and he has come into Newcastle Borough from outside of the district. So there is actually in-migration. There's evidence of that. There's no evidence of out-migration. So you shouldn't really be taking into account turnover, which effectively assumes out-migration, because ARC4 make no allowance for in-migration at all. And normally, and even ARC4 do this in most places, they assume that out-migration and in-migration cancel each other out, just as they do with movement in and out of housing. They assume that there's a two-way flow and it will cancel each other out. So they don't take into account things like turnover and movement from bricks and mortar onto pitches.
Okay, I don't want to get too much into that, because obviously the council haven't gone into that aspect. But so just so I'm clear, so you obviously changed those figures in your proof.
Yeah.
But if you went to the position statement, is it still correct that the GTA 2020 estimates that there is a need for the provision of 5 pitches for gypsies and travellers in Newcastle during the period 2020-21 to 24-25, and a further 7 in the period 2021-36-37?
Taking into account turnover, yes.
Right, so that's still, in your mind, that's still correct. I know, Mrs. Moll, just remind me, what was it you didn't agree with in the end in the position statement? I've got it in my note, but it'd just be helpful if you just tell me now.
That's the figure of 12, isn't it?
I was pointing to table 6.4 of the GTA, which talks about a residual need for the entire period of seven pitches. Yeah.
And it's because paragraph 1.3 in the position statement says 12, doesn't it? So sorry.
Yes,
it says 12, doesn't it, in the position statement?
Yes.
So your position now is that should read 7,
Yes.
But you're maintaining 12, are you?
No, no.
No, you're happy to go to 7.
I'm saying that if you are purely looking at the need figures in the GTAA, which take into account turnover, then 7 is the figure that the GTA gives you. But if you don't take into account turnover, then the figure should be 14.
Yeah, okay. So in fact, that 12 is wrong in your mind as well.
Sorry?
So, because it says 12, doesn't it? And
Well,
you're saying
does,
it should be 14.
It should be 14.
I thought the whole point of the position statements was you were both supposed to agree the figures, and actually you've changed the figures at the inquiry. Anyway, okay, right. Well, I've made a note of that. So that's so it's 7 with turnover or 14 without turnover. That's what you're
correct.
saying.
Yeah. And in actual fact,
no, yeah, that's enough. Thank you.
We've got everything else you said about it.
Yes, yeah.
Well, except that the GTAA, which is 2020, has actually missed 2 unauthorised sites. They've not taken into account the site at Newchapel, and they've not taken into account.
No, I know this is.
Bob's
Yeah,
Cottages.
honestly, you don't need to go into this, Mr. Brown.
Well,
We've
it's not-
agreed that you won't.
Yeah, we agreed that. And my witness is chomping at the bit to say why Mr. Brown is wrong.
Yeah.
He's now against your clear indication, trying to get it in under the radar.
Yeah,
You've heard it.
Yeah. Well, I've heard it. It's all I've done is change the position statement, which is Mrs. Moulton equally changed the position statement. The explanation, as I asked Miss Brown to stop, I've not made a note of that at all. There's nothing in my notebook on that. All right.
Thank you.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Right.
But we do need to worry about the knock-on change that needs to be made to paragraph 6.10. This is the reason why I'm doing this all now before Mr. Brown reads his summary. Paragraph 6.10 reflects what we've just amended in 5.47.
Yeah.
Right, hang on, wait, so. I see, yes, we've got 14 there and 28. So
Should drop down to 14 permanent pitches.
Yeah.
In line 3, and I think you said
It's 8.
8.
Yeah, if you exclude turnover, yeah.
So if you mark that, and then perhaps if you don't, sorry. Forgive me, it's my fault. I'm not pressing my button on my microphone. Apologies. If Mr. Brown, without any further interruption from me, you read out your summary and conclusions, please.
Okay. The appeal site is not located within the Greenbelt or within an SBA, SSSI, conservation area, local green space, AONB or national park. Furthermore, the proposed caravan site is not located within an area shown on the Environment Agency's flood maps as being at high risk from flooding. Policy C of Planning Policy for Traveller Sites makes clear that some sites will be in rural areas and the countryside. This advice is qualified by Policy H, which is paragraph 25, which states that sites should be very strictly limited in the open countryside away from existing settlements or outside areas allocated in the development plan. In the latter regard, there are no areas allocated for the provision of gypsy sites in the development plan. In this case, the site is located 500 metres east of the hamlet of Blackbrook and close to other sporadic residential and commercial properties, including the Swan with Two Necks public house and restaurant. The appeal site is not in an isolated location away from settlements for the purposes of planning policy for traveller sites, and the site is therefore an appropriate location for a gypsy site in principle. Core Strategy Policy CSP 7 is a criteria-based policy for the consideration of proposals for new gypsy sites, but is based on an out-of-date needs assessment. It requires that, amongst other things, sites should, and the wording's very important here, wherever possible, have good access to facilities and services and minimise any negative impacts upon local landscapes. Policy CSP 7 does not preclude the location of gypsy sites outside of existing settlements in the open countryside. Furthermore, it does not require that all 4 criteria must be satisfied. Specify what is considered to be a reasonable distance to facilities or services, or require gypsy sites to be completely screened or hidden. The policy only requires that any environmental or landscape harm be minimised. The council does not allege that the site is incapable of accommodating all necessary on-site infrastructure, which is criterion 3. The council has withdrawn its objection on highway safety grounds, which is criterion 2, and resolution of the groundwater issues leaves only criterion 1, sustainability, and part of criterion 4, relating to landscape harm, still in dispute. With regard to proximity to services and facilities, the appeal site is located within 2.5 kilometres of Ashley, where there's a doctor's surgery, church, and hot food takeaway, 3 kilometres of Baldwin's Gate, where there's a shop, post office, primary school, doctor's surgery, petrol filling station, church, and village hall, and within 4.3 kilometres of Loggerheads, where there is a full range of local services, including a co-op supermarket, post office, and primary school. There's a farm shop selling groceries at Brookfield Farm, about 760 metres from the appeal site, and a public house restaurant even closer. Furthermore, the site has good access to the highway network, being close to the junction of the A51 and A53 on a main route between Newcastle under Lyme and Market Drayton. There are bus stops located on the A51 within 230 metres of the site entrance, but even if primarily reliant on the private car, trips would be relatively short in distance and duration. This level of accessibility to services and facilities is not unusual in a rural area, and the appeal site is a reasonably sustainable location for a gypsy site. With regard to landscape harm, when compared with the lawful nursery buildings, the proposed caravan site would have no greater effect on landscape features characteristic of this area. No trees or hedgerows would be removed, and development would not extend outside of the confines of the pre-existing nursery. New hedgerow and tree planting would reinforce the wooded character of this landscape area. In terms of core strategy policy CSP 7, the proposed development would not have an unacceptable impact upon the character or appearance of the countryside and is capable of being satisfactorily assimilated into its landscape setting. The proposed development would, as required by policy, minimise any negative impacts on the local landscape. In my opinion, the proposed development would comply fully with core strategy policy CSP 7, and therefore planning permission should be granted unless there are material considerations that indicate otherwise and are of sufficient weight to overcome the presumption in favour of the development plan. Other material considerations. In my experience, most GTAAs assume, for ease of calculation, that in-migration is balanced by out-migration. For similar reasons, it's often assumed that the movement of travellers out of bricks and mortar accommodation is balanced by movement into bricks and mortar housing, thereby resulting in no net gain or loss of pitches arising from either source. In my opinion, no allowance should be made for supply arising from pitch turnover. And the 215 GTAA underestimates the unmet need by 16 permanent pitches, i.e. amounting to a total unmet need for 39 additional pitches in the period 2014 to 15 to 2018 to 19, and for 22 pitches in the period 2019-20 to 2033-34. This substantial unmet need should carry considerable weight in favour of this proposal. The 2020 GTAA has not been subject to public scrutiny through the development plan examination process. However, excluding turnover, it estimates that there is a need for at least 14 permanent pitches in Newcastle Borough in the period 2020-21 to 2036-37, of which 8 are required in the first 5 years. Whichever GTAA is relied upon, there's clearly an unmet need in Newcastle for additional pitches, which should carry significant weight in favour of this appeal. The development plan does not allocate any land for new GIPS sites. Furthermore, preparation of a new local plan is at a very early stage and is unlikely to generate new site provision before 2024. In the meantime, the council will be unable to demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable land for GIPS sites, and sites can only come forward through the development management system. In the current circumstances, the identified unmet need, the lack of a 5-year supply of deliverable land for sites, and the failure of policy which has led to this situation are all factors which should carry significant weight in the determination of this appeal. The unmet need is evidence of a current failing. The lack of a 5-year supply is indicative of failing to meet that need in the future. And the failure of policy that's led to this present situation can be traced back to at least 2006. It would be possible for 1 or 2 of these factors to exist without the third, and so in the balance, each should be accorded weight where they all occur, as in this case. The site residents are all Romani gypsies. They've habitually resorted to Staffordshire, but have never had a settled base of their own in the area to which they could return after a period of travelling. They want to live together as a traditional extended family group where they can provide the more vulnerable members of the group with help and support. The provision of a settled site has allowed them to register with doctors and enrol their children into school. Several of the children have chronic health problems or are in need of consistent access to health services. There are 10 children living on the appeal site, of which 7 are of school age. If this appeal fails, it is likely that the families would have to leave the appeal site and take up a roadside existence. This would result in an interference with their human rights with regard to Article 8 of the European Convention of Human Rights. It encompasses respect for family, life, and the home. It is consistent with relevant case law that the best interests of children should be a primary consideration, although not necessarily the determining factor. The best interests of the children living on the site are to remain on this site and for it to be developed as proposed. An ordered and settled site would afford them the best opportunity for a stable, secure, and happy family life, opportunities for education, ready access to health and other services, and opportunities for play and personal development. Core Strategy Policy CSP 7 is engaged, and the proposed development would comply fully with the Council's locally specific criteria for the consideration of applications for new gypsy and traveller sites. While it's unfortunate that development has been undertaken before obtaining the required planning permission, the appeal site is an appropriate location for a gypsy site. Furthermore, the benefits of the proposal are material considerations sufficient to outweigh any conflict with local and national planning policy, and planning permission should therefore be granted.
Thank you very much. Remember to put my microphone on. And can I follow up, please, by asking you, first of all, to turn up paragraph 5.8 of your main proof and the heading presumption in favour of sustainable development. And you remember that I asked Mrs. Moulton about the National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 11, subparagraph D.
Yes.
Where we see that for decision taking, the presumption means approving development proposals that accord with an up-to-date development plan without delay, or sorry, this is D, where there are no relevant development plan policies or the policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date, granting permission unless, little Roman numeral 2, any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in this framework taken as a whole.
Yes.
So that's the key set of paragraphs in paragraph 11 of the MPPF. And then I took Mrs. Moulton to the footnote 8, which has a reference to paragraph 74 of the MPPF.
Yes.
Madam, do you remember this line of cross-examination?
I do, yes.
No, I'm asking the inspector.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. And then in re-examination, Mr. Smythe took, or at least, yes, I think he took Mrs. Moulton to paragraph 74 of the MPPF.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you if you can tell me whether or not, having reviewed paragraph 74 of the MPPF, that has any bearing on the question of whether or not a policy is out of date for the purposes of paragraph 11.
No, it doesn't. And the footnote that was referred to, footnote 38, simply makes clear that when you're calculating a 5-year supply, then travellers, gypsum travellers, the 5-year supply for gypsum travellers is calculated in a different way to the way that it is for the general population. It has to be calculated in the manner set out in planning policy for traveller sites. It doesn't mean that if there is no 5-year supply, that policies relating to the provision of gypsum sites are not out of date.
Thank you.
The fact is that in this area, the council accept there is no 5-year supply. Therefore, they're not, the policy that they have, CSP 7, has not achieved what it was meant to achieve, because it sets out a need figure within the explanation to the policy. They were meant to provide something like 30, just over 30 pitches during the plan period, of which no pitches have been provided, because what the core strategy was meant to do was to then inform a Part 2 local plan, which would allocate land for gypsy sites. CSP 7 is directly aimed at identifying the type of land that should come forward for allocation. But of course, we've never had a Part 2 local plan prepared. So that policy, CSP 7, is effectively out of date.
Right,
it is not doing what it was meant to do.
Yeah, let me just ask you to turn up, and the inspector may have it, policy CSP 7, because we're going to need to look at it anyway in relation to the terminology used. But there's a commentary that runs with it, and you referred to a requirement or need of 30 pitches. Where do you get that from in this commentary, if at all, or is it a figure that stems from another document?
Just let me find it.
Obviously, appreciating this dates back to 2009, so 12 years ago, when we had a different hierarchy of regional policies, I think, in place.
Yeah, so you've got paragraph 6.55 of the written explanation, which sets out the future requirements from 2007 through to 2026.
And you said 30. I can see a figure of 29. But is there
it's 30, it's 32 if you add up the residential pitches required. It's 15 plus 4 plus 6 plus 7.
Okay.
It's 32.
Okay, thank you. So we know where that figure comes from. And
So the 30 is actually 32.
It's
now.
32. Yeah.
Okay.
So out of date in that sense, we know we don't have a 5-year deliverable supply.
Well, you don't have any allocations either. So what the policy actually says, I think this has been copied out of order. But it's in that order in my version.
We've got a 2-page document with a commentary that begins at 6.52 and ends at 6.59.
Yeah, as it appears actually in the document is not the way it's been copied in.
Yeah, but is there any material
in
difference?
this? Well, yes, there is, in that it misses off. Yeah, it's out of order. So 6.56 should appear just before policy CSP 7 is set out. So 6.56 says, sites will be identified in future development plan documents as set out in each authority's local development scheme that satisfy the criteria set out below.
Oh. And you're looking at what?
I'm looking at a copy that I've taken of the core strategy.
Can I just be clear? So on this extract, which I think we're both looking at, aren't
Yes,
we?
yes, we
Which
are.
I think was in the core documents.
Yes.
The actual text of the policy, what you're saying is that that should actually appear under paragraph 6.56.
Yeah. Does in my
Do you agree with that,
copy.
Ms. Moulton? Yeah.
Sorry, let me turn.
Yes, I'm just looking at the actual document. Let me scroll. 6.56 is before the policy. I can provide corrected copies of that.
I've made a note on
There we go. Unless there's any
Yeah.
other. I mean, I can see there's no full stop at the end.
No, that's
Yeah,
right.
it's had part of it cut out. Should say set out below.
Yeah, I've amended my copy to say set out below, and I've made a note that the actual text of the policy should follow 6.56. Are you going to make a point about why that's relevant?
Well, it's relevant because it shows you what the criteria were meant to do. It is to allow sites to be identified in a future development plan document. So these criteria are meant to guide the Part 2 local plan. And as there is no Part 2 local plan and never will be, then this policy is out of date.
Just as an aside, Madam, when you finished making that note, I would have structured my cross-examination of Mrs. Moulton slightly differently and slightly more directly at this being a strategic document had I realised that we weren't looking at the right document. But I can make a comment about that in my closing. It won't be a derogatory comment. It will be a this is actually what it is comment, just for my learned friends. Thank you. Mr. Brown, I'm going to move on from that commentary. We can see what you say about it, and we hear what you say, and we expect to make a reminder about the application of paragraph 11 D, the presumption in favour of saying that will be done, no doubt, based upon the conclusions on the grounds of objection that we're now addressing. So I'm going to, before we look at those two plans in a little bit more detail, ask you about the policy in play as far as the council is concerned, N20, DC2, and then obviously CFP7, the strategic. The hierarchy, perhaps. Sorry. Thank you very much. I'm grateful. You might have to shout at me again, I'm afraid. The hierarchy of policies in 5.28 of your proof, you refer to DC2 of the neighbourhood plan.
Yeah.
And you make the point about it being development, a policy which says that a development proposal will be supported, provided, amongst other things, it maintains and enhances the character and appearance of the landscape or existing townscape. And what the policy does not say is that planning permission should be refused if a development proposal does not maintain or enhance the character of the appearance of the landscape. And then you say, to this extent, it's less restrictive than local plan policy N20, which, being a non-strategic policy, it supersedes.
Yes.
And I just want to ask you about that. Why do you say that, may be obvious to all the other people in the room, but why does it supersede policy DC2? And is there a
if you look
part
at
of is there a part of the national planning policy framework you want to take us to?
paragraph 30 of the NPPF.
Thank you.
It says, once a neighbourhood plan has been brought into force, the policies it contains take precedence over existing non-strategic policies in a local plan covering the neighbourhood area where they're in conflict. So if the neighbourhood plan policy is less restrictive than the previous local plan policy covering the same subject and covering the same area, then the preference has to be given to policy DC2.
Thank you. That's helpful. Paragraph 30 of the NPPF.
Yes, and the other point that I make in those paragraphs is that there is the test in DC2, but it is one of supporting development that enhances rather than opposing development that doesn't enhance. But in any event, the policies in a neighbourhood plan cannot undermine the objectives of a strategic policy, such as CSP7, which is to promote the provision of gypsy and traveller sites. So the test in CSP7 is the test that should be applied, which is one of minimising harm.
Okay, so just help us with this if you can. Is there again a relevant paragraph in the NPPF that identifies that fact, or is it in a separate piece of legislation?
It's paragraph 29.
Paragraph 29. So for the inspector's note, paragraph 29 of the NPPF makes that point. Thank you. And then back to policy CSP7, please, and the wording itself of the criteria. Additional pitches will be located wherever possible on sites which, and then there are 4 criteria. And let's just look at the second one first. Provide safe and convenient access to public transport and the highway network. No dispute about safe and convenient access to the highway network from the council's point of view, but it's the question of whether or not that criterion requires safe and convenient access by foot to public transport. That seems to be the concern raised by the council. And you remember the cross-examination of Mrs. Moulton about the words wherever possible.
Yes.
And Mrs. Moulton, I think, somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, said that, that in this instance, there was a requirement under criterion 2 that safe and convenient access to public transport included access by foot.
There's no requirement, and there are no absolute requirements in this policy, because the criteria are caveated by the phrase wherever possible. So clearly this policy is trying to identify areas that are suitable for gypsy sites. It is recognising that you won't find a perfect site, that choices will have to be made. And the route by which those choices would be made under the core strategy in 2009 was that those choices would be made through as a development plan, a Part 2 local plan, through the development plan process. But clearly, say, you won't find the perfect site, and it's recognising that there are compromises that may have to be made in order to identify a sufficient supply, because that's the aim of the policy, is to provide a sufficient supply and choice of sites.
Thank you. You deal with sustainability and this topic in detail, paragraph 517 on to 522, and all the points you make there, the inspector will have read. You produced 3 decision letters, but relied on certainly 2 in your text as being examples of situations where, I think the Willow Park in particular, in significant detail, the Inspector Russell's decision, examples of cases where planning permission has been granted where there is no pedestrian access to public transport. Obviously, different local authorities, different policies, different criteria and different wording. I just want to ask you about the PBA 60, the Kides Lane Inspector Dignan decision.
Yes.
Because you don't mention, I think, that in your proof of evidence as being an example of, but tell me about the practicalities of accessing public transport in that case.
And the closest that you could get to public transport was a park and ride scheme that was probably a mile or 2 away. So yeah, you would have to drive to the park and ride to then get a bus into Reading.
Yeah. I mean, we're not talking about exactly the same sort of situation with an A road running along the site. These were country lanes, but
it was country lane, a winding, very winding country lane. You could walk along it, but you would have to walk a long way to get to any public transport.
Yeah, thank you.
And you wouldn't do it at night.
No. Then I want to ask you about PBA 3, please, the road closure proposal plan, just because what I'd like to understand from you, insofar as you can help us, and just so the inspector knows exactly what is being proposed. What does this plan show us? And we have the Nantwich A51 road, which we can all identify with the farm shop. Now we know where it's located. The junction with the Newcastle Road, the A53.
Yes.
And what is proposed is to happen, as you understand it, assuming this all goes ahead, and
a new.
We know what's being promised, but
it's a new junction between the A51 and A53, which effectively does away with the existing junction. But the stub road that you're going to be left with, it will be a cul-de-sac, but it will still be serving properties with access off that part of the road, including, of course, the appeal site. So that road will have to stay in situ to provide access. And if it stays in situ to provide access, then there's no reason why you couldn't walk along it.
Yeah.
Because it won't be carrying through traffic, and it will allow you access out onto the A51.
Thank you.
And there's a footpath along the northern side of the A51.
Yeah, so you'd walk along, or perhaps Thomas Clee would be jogging along up the old Newcastle Road spur, and then cross over to a pavement on the other side of the Nantwich Road.
Yes. I mean, I would assume that they'll change the positions of, possibly change the position of the bus stops, but maybe not, because
Well,
it depends on
let's
the
not
routing.
speculate.
But,
Let's not speculate on that. That explains that plan. The other point I wanted to ask you about was the effect on the character and appearance of the countryside. And again, you deal with this in considerable detail in your proof of evidence, which the inspector has and will have read. But turning back to policy CSP7, please. Again, we don't need to go over the wherever possible point. You've made that, and I cross-examined Mrs. Moulton on it. But if I just read it, additional pitches will be located wherever possible on sites which, criterion 4, minimise any negative impacts upon local landscapes, environments and neighbouring communities. Mrs. Moulton agreed that that reflected a test of acceptability.
yes.
So we agreed on the test. And then I asked Mrs. Moulton about the objection and how it came about. You remember we went through the 2018 refusal, there being no objection on this point
Yeah.
at that stage. The 2019 application, the report written by Mrs. Moulton, the recommendation in that report that there be an objection or refusal, I should say, on this basis, that due to the changing circumstances, and specifically, we look at
That's the 2020 application.
Forgive me. I get a shout. Forgive me. It's in the flow, you see, madam. I get carried away. Paragraph 1.8, 1.9 of the officer's report. Mrs. Moulton, sorry, this is the, yes, the 20, I've got it as a separate document, but it's the officer's report with the recommendation for refusal. It's numbered 20//00368/full. And it was the Mrs. Moulton's report. Core document 2, thank you. It's paragraphs 1.8, 1.9, about 3 or 4 pages in. Third line, notably, second line down,
I don't.
1.8. Notably, that proposal sought to use an open post and rail fence. That's the earlier proposal for the boundary detail, whereas the development has applied for and has built incorporates an acoustic fence around the site. Whilst it's proposed that the fence is landscaped, it is considered that this new feature has the effect of giving the impression that the site and its occupants are deliberately isolated from the rest of the community, and also diminishes the openness of the area compared to the more open arrangements previously proposed. And then you'll see in the following paragraph, acknowledging that the impact of the landscape character was not a reason for refusal previously, and there was recognition that the development proposed in 2019 would be of a more open character than the one currently under consideration, and would replace some former buildings on the site which mitigated some of the harm. By enclosing the site now, it is considered the balance in terms of impact on character of area now weighs against the proposal, and it can now be reasonably concluded that the proposal should be refused on the grounds of unacceptable visual impact. See the word unacceptable again, rightly coming into that equation. We got the plan. We know Mrs. Moulton accepts that, in fact, the acoustic fence is not to wrap around the site, but actually just to form part of the eastern boundary, and that the rest of it is to be post and rail.
Yes.
But notwithstanding what was said in that report and the recommendation and then adopted by the council, Mrs. Moulton now says that in fact the location of the mobile homes, but more importantly, perhaps I think from her perspective, it was the day rooms, the amenity buildings, creates a form of enclosure anyway, which would have give rise to similar concerns and an objection that the council maintain.
Mm.
So putting aside any comments that I might want to make about goalposts, moving things like that, just stick to the question about whether or not, in your view, as laid out in the proposed development, it does have an effect of enclosure and such that it has an unacceptable impact. I think that's now the way the case is being.
Well, the first point that I would make is that actually, when you look at the key characteristics of this area of landscape as set out in the neighbourhood plan, you'll see that one of the key characteristics is the enclosure created by woodland and hedgerows. And the proposals actually add to that sense of enclosure by tree planting and hedgerows. So they would contribute towards the sense of enclosure that's created within this area of landscape. Secondly, one of the buildings at least is a stable building, which the council has accepted in all previous reports is an appropriate building within the countryside and does not have a negative visual impact on the landscape. So part of the enclosure that Ms Moulton is now relying on is formed by an appropriate building in the countryside. The other two buildings that she's relying on, the two amenity buildings, are also going to be timber clad, have timber clad walls, and will resemble small stable buildings in any event. And they will be screened by new hedgerow and tree planting. So I can't accept, firstly, that if there is greater enclosure, that is in any way out of keeping with this area of landscape. Secondly, that the manner of the enclosure is in keeping actually with a rural landscape, because it's using hedgerows, it's using trees, it's using buildings that have a rural character and appearance. But thirdly, if the main objection is these amenity buildings, then they can be moved. Originally, they were to be at the northern end of the site, and there's no reason why there shouldn't be some alteration to the layout to move the buildings away from the southern boundary if that's what the council thinks is objectionable.
So we're going to go on to conditions at the next stage. But I mentioned, I referred to paragraph 28 of the planning policy for travel sites about
using conditions.
So just while we're on the subject of hedgerows and trees, I think Mr. Clee confessed that way to planting some conifers. Was that on your advice, the type of tree or the tree?
No, it wasn't.
Conifers in the area, is this the only place where conifers were?
Well, it wouldn't, because in actual fact, Mare Hills is covered in a conifer plantation. So actually, they're not particularly out of keeping within this particular landscape.
Are they used in the same sort of context of? I mean, what I observed was they were in a line. They're following the boundaries, which is very more domestic setting for conifers. They look like Leylandii to me. I'm not a tree expert, but they look like
they're not the same.
They're not necessarily the same conifers that you might get in woodland.
They, for a start off, they look as though they're a much lighter green than the trees in the plantation. I accept that, and it wouldn't have been my choice to plant conifers. I think the type of tree that I had recommended would be native species. Like if you wanted all year round cover, then hornbeam is a native species. It keeps its leaves through the winter, although they turn brown, but they do keep the leaves during the winter. And that would be an appropriate screening plant. But at the present time, because of COVID, it is very difficult to get hold of certain types of tree, hornbeam being one, because they're coming from abroad.
I do appreciate that. That's not necessarily a reason for the long-term impact.
No, it isn't. But short term, because they're primarily coming from the continent, from Holland. It is quite difficult.
I really don't need to know about the supply of conifers. Thank you.
The short point is that a landscaping scheme is something which can be conditioned.
Yeah, it is, and what you need to appreciate is that actually there's quite a lot of land within which to carry out a landscaping scheme. You've got 40 metres between the caravan site and the A53, and you've then got the whole. You've got a huge distance between the southern boundary and the River Tern.
That will all be matters that no doubt the inspector will see on a daylight visit to the site. Thank you for that. And just while we're talking about the site and what the inspector will see on it, indeed what has been described today, there's apparently a storage container of some description of size, which no doubt can be pointed out to the inspector, which I think Mr. Wilson is using, I don't know to what extent, to store beds or furniture or something like that. Is that any part of the planning application?
No, it's not.
And so what, in terms of a condition, am I right in thinking that the appellants are agreeable to there being a condition that there be no business use of the site?
That's correct.
So that storage container would not remain at the site.
That's correct. It was only intended as it is only intended as a residential caravan site.
Is the storage container outside of the red lined area?
No, I don't think it is. I think
it's in the red line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not just leave it. Yeah. I think I've been turning it off. It dies. Yeah. Just sort of moving to the direction you face it. Thank you. So that's helpful. Thank you very much. Those are all the points I have. Thank you very much.
So can I just clarify a point? So the storage container, you said that would be removed.
Yes.
Right.
There are plenty of places now where you can store, you can buy storage or rent storage. So
would it need permission to have the? Obviously, if permission is granted, would you need permission to keep the storage container on the site?
Well, you would if there was a condition saying you couldn't have commercial use.
Yeah.
They're movable structures, aren't they? So I'm not sure that
Okay, we'll
I
come
don't
back to that.
think they
We'll
would
come
ca-
back
I
to that
don't
when we
think
get to the
they'd count
condition
as-
session.
They
Yeah.
wouldn't count as a building because you just put them on the back of a lorry and move them. So
Mm.
they'd be very much like mobile homes are
Yeah.
movable
Okay.
structures.
Well, we'll come to that in the condition session. Thank you. I must admit, I didn't take note of the storage container. So is the storage container close to the caravans or is it elsewhere? I understood it was near the access, which is some distance away from the residential.
Not the access of the road
Oh, okay. Right.
as it goes into the caravans.
Right. So it's not too far from the actual caravans itself. Anyway, I will see. I'll see on the site. Anyway. Okay. Thank you. Right. Yes. 5 to 1. So we're going to have a break for lunch now. If we can come back at 2 o'clock, please. Thank you. Right, I hope you had a pleasant lunch, and time to now move on to cross-examination of Mr. Brown by Mr. Smythe for the council.
Brown.
Good afternoon.
When were you first instructed in this case?
I would think it would be early 2020. I don't know precisely, I'm afraid.
And did you, was any advice sought from you about moving on to the site before planning permission was granted?
That wasn't a discussion that I had with them at the time I went to see the site. There was no development on other than the nursery buildings. It's just the nursery buildings on the site, and I was in. I was given the reasons for refusal on the previous application, and we looked at what we needed to do to try to address those concerns. So there were various pieces of work that were then commissioned, such as the noise report, which I got commissioned. So at that stage, they'd kept off the site for a couple of years already. It was their intention to progress through a planning application, but then matters came to a head. So it wasn't something that I advised them to do. It was something that they had felt that they had to do, because the options, their accommodation options, had basically disappeared.
Right, and I take that as a no. Can you remember what the question was?
I've not advised anyone to go on to this site.
Just follow the inspector's instruction at the start. Mrs. Moulton followed it, I think, faithfully. And can I hold you to the same standards? So direct answers. I think the answer is no. Had they sought your view, would you have encouraged or discouraged them?
And my preference, this is not a yes or no answer, but my preference would always be, in a situation like this, to get the application submitted and dealt with prior to them going onto the site. Because it's not a green, there's no particularly benefit to our case by them being on the site.
Well, it's not just a question of preference, because government, the ministerial statement deprecates, doesn't it, individuals, whilst it's not illegal, deprecates people jumping the gun and starting residential occupation before you've obtained planning permission.
Yes, it does, and that's why I wouldn't advise people to do it.
Yeah.
But that is not my choice. It's not something that I can, it's not a choice I can impose on them. I can only advise.
Understood, and that's the question I asked you. Yeah. One of the objectives that government sets itself in PPTS is to try and improve relations between the gypsy traveller community and the settled community, and do all it can to try and reduce the extent of the tensions. Do you agree? Yeah.
That's an objective of government policy. Yes, it is. And that is obviously a two-way street, because on the one hand, local authorities have to provide adequate sites, an adequate number and choice of sites. And on the other hand, gypsies and travellers are then expected to follow the normal planning procedures. But unless you have one, you are unlikely to have the other.
And in your view, jumping the gun in the way I've described, is that likely to improve or worsen relations between the two sets of communities I've identified?
It's not going to improve relations because of our understanding to circumstances that ships and travellers find themselves in.
Yeah. Can we take up PPTS? And it's paragraph 4. It tells us to help achieve this, and that's the overarching aim, to ensure fair and equal treatment for travellers. The government sets out various criteria, and it's eyed to reduce tensions between settled and traveller communities in plan making and planning decisions. Do you see that? Sorry. Yeah, 13 I.
Yes, I can see that, and but you can't just take one in isolation. You need to look at the other objectives, and if local planning authorities don't develop fair and effective strategies to meet need through the identification of land for sites, then local planning authorities are not meeting their end of the deal.
And then 30,
sorry, can I just, as a general point, not about specifically about this case, but as a general point, so are you saying that because the local authority aren't meeting the need, that's justification for people to go ahead and just?
I'm not saying it's justification. I'm not saying it's justification. I'm saying it is one of the reasons why that happens.
But does it make it right?
I'm not saying it makes it right. I don't. It's not right, but then again, local authorities not meeting their obligations to the gypsy community isn't right either.
No, so it's a sort of
they're two wrongs.
Tit for tat sort of thing. You're not meeting your obligations, so we're going to.
Well, if they met their obligations, then gypsy and travellers wouldn't feel the need to do it.
No, I get that, but.
Two wrongs don't make a right. They are both wrong, but I think you have to look at the history of how gypsies and travellers have been treated, because they've been neglected in planning policy for a great number of years. Their needs haven't been met. They've very rarely you come by a local authority that's actually fulfilled its obligations. So on the other, the result of that is that gypsies and travellers don't trust local authorities, and they feel that the need to take matters into their own hands. That's not something that I can influence. I can't persuade gypsies and travellers that they should trust local authorities when they're acting in that way. And that then makes my job very difficult, because I quite often come across this attitude that, we need to get on. We need to get onto the site. Otherwise we won't get anywhere. I can only go so far in trying to hold them back and stop that happening. Okay. Because from my point of view, it's better if I can get an application in and get it dealt with.
Madam, can I just interject for one moment so I understand the council's case? Because Mr. Smythe is going down a route about which I think leads to intentional unauthorised development. I'm looking again at Mrs. Moulton's proof. There's nothing in there about the council raising this as an issue. The only person who's raised this as an issue is in fact Mr. Mannering. And I didn't cross-examine Mrs. Moulton about this issue, the weight to be attached to it, because as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing in the papers presented by the council to suggest it was an issue. There was discussion about emails about moving on a stable block and also the two mobiles. But I thought that the point that the council were making was that you can't trust the appellants to comply with conditions because of what they did in moving on in the first place. Now it seems that the argument may be that there's weight to be attached from the council's point of view to intentional unauthorised development. And I haven't had the opportunity, I didn't have any forewarning of that. I've had no opportunity to put it to Mrs. Moulton. And why it is that the case is moving, if it's moving in that direction. And I'm wondering why it may be that it's important that we spend time on it anyway, but the only person who's raised it as an issue is Mr. Mannering.
Mr. Smiles, do you want to just clarify?
Yes, it's raised in paragraph 1 of my opening. Sorry? What my learned friend was saying, it's being ambushed. Mum, the irony will not be lost on you that my learned friend criticises the council when we had huge volumes of evidence, important evidence about the appellant's personal circumstances, which wasn't in their proofs. The material consideration of the ministerial statement is well known. It's a material consideration which falls in the final balance. It can be dealt with in closing. I'm not sure it's really a question of evidence.
No, it's fine. I can understand now it's Mr. Smythe's point, and I can deal with that in closing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Graham, we can agree, can't we, that the breach of planning control was intentional rather than accidental or inadvertent?
The breach of planning control was intentional. Yes, it was.
Yeah. And the recent ministerial statement means that for the first time, that can be a material consideration which the inspector can have regard to.
Yes, and the weight to be given to it will depend on the particular circumstances. Clearly, this is not a greenbelt case to which that ministerial statement was primarily aimed. But yes, it's certainly something that can be taken into account. If, however, the inspector finds that this is a suitable site which accords with policy, then it's not something that should cause the appeal to be dismissed.
So before the ministerial statement, it was an immaterial consideration and the inspector wasn't allowed to give any weight to it.
That's correct, yes.
And now she can, and obviously the weight will depend on her own view, but we agree, can't we, that the weight will be negative rather than positive in the final planning balance.
If any weight is to be given to it, it is likely to be negative, but there are other factors that in the balance that clearly need to be weighed against it.
Yeah. When did you draw out the layout plan, which is the subject of this appeal?
Judging by the date of the application, sometime in May of 2020.
And was that based upon your conversations and instructions from the appellant? Or did you just pick the layout which you thought best reflected the use of the site?
We had discussions about what the clients wanted, but I also obviously had an input into it to try to address the impact of the development on the wider landscape.
Yeah. In answer, when you gave evidence yesterday in response to the third-party objectors, I think it's in answer to a question from the inspector about why what's on the land doesn't faithfully reflect what's on the approved plans. And my note of part of your answer was that the reason why the caravans couldn't be moved into the correct position, i.e. the position shown on the plans, was because of the court order. Can I invite you to take up?
Yeah, I don't think that's wholly.
Yeah.
I don't think that's wholly the answer. The court order has limited the amount of work that they could do on site. So the size of site that they had to work with was considerably smaller than the application site. We still have the glass houses and the storage building that were in situ prior to the development taking place on the land. And under the appeal proposals, those structures would be taken away and the caravan site effectively more widely spread across the former nursery site.
Yeah, I'm asking about the court order.
The court order had nothing to do with my layout. Clearly it has limited the amount of work they could do when they came onto the land.
Shall I repeat the question?
Go on.
Yeah, you justified the fact that the caravans aren't in the correct position as per the layout plan, because you told the inspector that the court order restricted that, but the court order doesn't prevent either the stables or the caravans being moved about. So that doesn't provide the explanation, does it?
Yes, it does. Because if you can't demolish the greenhouses and the storage building and lay hard standing on those areas, then you can't move caravans onto them.
Can we next turn to the issue of character and appearance? I think it's common ground that the site falls in an area of landscape enhancement.
It is categorised as an area of landscape enhancement. The landscape character assessment that was carried out in around 2000 split the area up into 5 categories. The highest landscape value is in the south west of the borough, beyond Loggerheads, and around Betley, which is further north. The rest of the landscape was categorised as being of low or moderate value, which is why some are designated as landscape enhancement areas, some are landscape restoration, and there's another category which I can't remember off the top of my head, but there are 3 categories for the lower qualities of landscape, and in this case the landscape was described as being of moderate value. So although it is shown as a landscape enhancement area, that is not a term of endearment. That's not saying that it is a valued landscape. It is saying that it is currently a moderate value landscape which could benefit from enhancement.
So I take that the answer to that question is yes.
I answered yes to start off with.
And can we take up policy N20? Mum, if you got that, I don't want to give you the core document number. Yeah.
Yes, I have that.
Great. I've given the reference. Core document 11, Ron. So it tells us that within areas of landscape enhancement, the council will support, subject to the other plan policies, proposals that will enhance the character and quality of the landscape. Within these areas, it will be necessary to demonstrate that development will not erode the character or quality of the landscape. So first question, is it your evidence that this proposal will enhance the character and quality of the landscape?
It's not my evidence that it will necessarily enhance the character and quality of the landscape, but the policy doesn't require proposals to do that. It says that the council will support, doesn't say that they will object to any others. And also, I recognise that it goes on to say it will be necessary to demonstrate that development will not further erode the character or quality of the landscape. But this is a policy which has been written in the absence of any policy to provide for gypsy and traveller caravan sites, which are inevitably going to be within some area of countryside, whether it's this one or another part of the open countryside outside of the greenbelt. So you cannot have a policy like this overriding and frustrating a more up-to-date policy in the core strategy, a strategic policy which promotes the provision of gypsy and traveller sites. The test to be applied for gypsy and traveller sites is that they should minimise harm to the landscape, not that they should not further erode the character or quality of the landscape. That is not the test for gypsy and traveller sites.
Right, Mr. Brown, my question is about policy N20. So if you're looking at that second sentence, if the inspector forms the view that the development will erode the character or quality of the landscape, we can agree, can't we, that in those circumstances, policy N20 will be breached?
Policy N20 on the face of it may be breached, but that is not the test to be applied for two reasons. Firstly, that policy N20 is more restrictive than neighbourhood policy DC2, and DC2 must take precedence where there is conflict between the two policies. And secondly, the strategic policy relating to gypsy and traveller sites contains the relevant test for landscape harm when applying it to gypsy and traveller sites. So although on the face of it, yes, it does not comply with the second part of policy it wouldn't comply with the second part of policy N20, that is not the relevant test. The relevant test is in CSP 7.
Let me deal with that point about the alleged conflict between N20 and DC2. You rely upon paragraph 30 of the framework, don't you?
I do, yes.
Yes. So do you mind taking that up? It's on page 10 of that document. And it tells us that once a neighbourhood plan has been brought into force, the policies it contains take precedence over existing non-strategic policies in a local plan covering the neighbourhood area where they are in conflict.
Yes.
Now, in conflict means that occurs when you've got a neighbourhood plan policy and a local plan policy which are pulling in different directions. And in those circumstances, the neighbourhood plan policy supersedes the local plan policy. Do you agree?
Yes, but it not necessarily the conflict in the way that you're describing. There is conflict if one policy is more restrictive than the other policy. And in this case, the neighbourhood plan policy, DC2, is less restrictive and therefore permits a wider range of developments than would be allowable under N20. Therefore, there is conflict between the two. But one is less restrictive than the other.
But the framework, paragraph 30, doesn't say where there's a material difference between two policies. The choice of government is deliberate. They say when those policies are in conflict. Well, and just so we're clear that you interpret in conflict to mean if one policy is more restrictive than the other, there's a conflict between the two policies.
Well, there will be, because if you were applying both policies to the same development, you would, if you were applying the wording of each policy, you'd be potentially allowing a development under one policy and refusing a development under the other policy. So there is clearly a conflict between the two. DC2 is less restrictive, therefore more permissive. And if it is more permissive, that is in conflict with N20.
But Mr. Brown, that happens all the time in planning. A local plan is a suite of policies. It may well be a given development may comply with policy X, but conflict with policy Y, even in the same topic area. So what makes you think that that occurrence is eloquent of conflict?
Because one policy is more up to date than the other.
That's a different point.
Well, it's not. One is dating from 2003. The more up to date policy is, I've forgotten the date, 2019. And if the more up to date policy is less restrictive, then surely the less restrictive up to date policy is the one that you take into account. You do not apply the N20 in preference to it.
Can we take up DC2? Can you get the call document? Yeah, it's call document 12.
Do you have a page number?
Yeah, it's page 63. It's now timed out.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I've now been chucked out of mine. Yes, so if we, if you've got DC2, Mr. Brown,
yes,
Mum, are you with me? Yeah, great, sorry. Yeah, so page 63, we've got the policy, it's entitled Sustainable Design. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And we can see that it's crafted in permissive terms, isn't it?
It is.
So it doesn't say thou shalt not build in these circumstances. It says development proposals will be supported if they, and then sets out 9 criteria.
Yes.
And we can see after the 8th criteria, we see the word and. Do you see that?
Yes.
So we can agree, can't we, that in order to comply with DC2, one would expect that all those criteria, if relevant, would be met.
Well, if relevant, yes, but they're not all relevant to this particular development. But as you started out by saying, it is a permissive policy. Development proposals will be supported in circumstances where the relevant criteria are met. It doesn't give you a reason for refusal.
But it's implicit, isn't it, that if you don't comply with the relevant criteria 1 to 9, that it would be in conflict with the policy. You're not suggesting that because it's drafted permissively, the decision maker isn't entitled to decide whether a piece of proposed development complies with it or not.
It's not in conflict with policy. If it doesn't meet these criteria, then it's not something that is encouraged by the neighbourhood plan.
But Mr. Brown, I know that you wouldn't want to be semantic and overly loyally. We can agree, can't we, that the approach the inspector should take is to read policy as a whole and with common sense. And in that approach, I'm not saying this proposal, as a matter of principle, if a proposal doesn't meet the relevant criteria, then implicitly it breaches this policy, doesn't it?
It would depend, because in this case, we have another policy which is applicable, which is CSP 7, which has a test for landscape harm. And if it complies with that test, then DC2 is irrelevant.
Can we turn back to N20, the local plan policy?
Yes.
And just to have regard to the explanatory text, at paragraph 739, the local plan tells us that the contribution that elements of the landscape make to the ecology of the area has already been referred to. Many of these are what may be called natural elements. The landscape is also part of the cultural heritage of the area in terms of the way that it is the result of human activity over past centuries. In addition, for most people, it's also a thing of beauty and can be enjoyed passively for its visual qualities. The landscape is something to be nurtured, protected against damage and deterioration, and wherever possible. Is that a sentiment you'd agree with?
Yes, it is, but that's not saying that you can't have development in the countryside. And if you have a specific policy for gypsy and traveller sites, which are likely to be in the open countryside, then you look at the criteria within that policy. And the criteria of that policy require, wherever possible, that the harm to the landscape should be minimised. It doesn't expect gypsy sites not to cause any harm, not to be visible. It implies, as does planning policy for traveller sites, that some degree of harm is to be expected, and that some degree of harm therefore has to be acceptable if you are to provide an adequate number and range of gypsy sites. If you want to satisfy gypsy accommodation needs, then you have to accept that gypsy sites are going to be somewhere in the countryside. That's where they happen to be. So that means that there will be some level of harm associated with putting them into the countryside. And up until the council has realised that they've misinterpreted my drawings, they were content that the level of harm caused by the development was not unacceptable on this site. It's only because they've misinterpreted the plans that they've decided it causes this corralled effect, which they say is detrimental to landscape character.
Mr. Brown, can you remember the question I asked you?
Which I answered.
Mr. Brown, it's a very straightforward question. I read out to you a paragraph of the explanatory test and asked you whether you agreed with the sentiment.
And I agreed.
You then got, Mr. Brown, a 3-minute speech where you talked about harm and Miss Moulton misunderstanding the drawings, which isn't an answer to the question.
I answered the question and then I went on to explain my answer.
You did say yes at the beginning and then did go on to explain.
Yeah, I understand, but the explanation bore no relation to the question. That's my concern.
I told you it was about footballs.
Yeah.
Well, that's your opinion. It's not related to the question. I think it is related to the question because it comes down to what is and what is not unacceptable harm. And as I pointed out, up to the latest application, which was misinterpreted by the council did not raise an objection on landscape character or harm.
Mr. Brown, please focus on the question, otherwise
I've already answered your question.
Right. Next paragraph, let's see how we get on with the next paragraph. Paragraph 740, the landscape of the borough is varied from the foothills of the Pennines in the northeast to the edge of the Cheshire Plain in the west. On a smaller scale within these broad areas, each part has its own special character, particularly to those who know it well. This diversity and distinctiveness, as well as the quality of any particular part of the landscape, should be preserved. Is that a sentiment you share, or do you disagree with that?
No reason to disagree with it, but as I've said, No, all right. I won't go that way.
Please don't repeat it all.
No.
Just deal with what Mr. Smythe asked you.
Well, it's a sentiment that you can agree with, but that does not mean that no development should take place. When you're talking about should be preserved, in generality, yes, it should, but that doesn't mean that it should be preserved in aspect.
And then paragraph 7.41, we got the technical work being undertaken. The next paragraph 7.42 is the five-fold distinction between the different landscapes, which you've already dealt with. And then paragraph 7.43, the boundaries between the zones are based on precise mapping units and have been drawn to follow recognisable features on the ground. However, in appreciating landscape character, our perception does not stop at such boundaries, and the character of any particular area will be influenced visually by that of surrounding areas. This will be taken into account when decisions are made in the context of the policies set out above. Only rarely would the quality or character of the landscape on its own prohibit development of any kind, which is your point. Yeah. Even in the areas of active landscape conservation, development could be a positive benefit if it is designed and sited appropriately and would not bring with it other undesirable consequences that may injure the landscape. It must be emphasised, however, that all the other policies of the plan apply equally, and development might be considered entirely inappropriate for other reasons. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, is that a sentiment you share, or would you disagree with that?
I would agree that only rarely would the quality or character of the landscape on its own prohibit development of any kind. It's clearly drawing a distinction between areas of different landscape quality, and that reflects government advice, which is to respect the hierarchy of international, national and local designations. There is, in this case, there is no local designation on landscape quality. The landscape designation is reflecting the moderate quality of this particular area of landscape.
And can we next take up the PPTS? And it is internal page 7, paragraph 26. Excuse me. And there the government tells us that when considering applications, local planning authorities should attach weight to the following matters. And I'm interested in particular, because I know that the other matters, particularly C, is something which weighs in favour of your client's position. In respect of D, not enclosing a site with so much hard landscaping, high walls or fences that the impression may be given that the site and its occupants are deliberately isolated from the rest of the community. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
And that part of government guidance sits comfortably with Mrs. Moulton's evidence that the 2 metre high acoustic fence along one of the boundaries does provide that heightened sense of enclosure, which government guidance appears to deprecate.
I don't think it does support. Mrs. Moulton's analysis does support it, because in actual fact, the other 3 boundaries, 3.5 boundaries, are going to be comprised of soft landscaping in the form of hedgerows and trees. So I don't agree that putting a fence along one side would give the impression that the site residents were being isolated from the rest of the community. And the fence itself will be softened by the use of landscaping in any event. I think if you were looking at the compound as it is now, then you might get that impression. But that's the very reason why the design is as it is, which is with more open boundaries on 3 sides.
You say that the acoustic fence is only on one boundary, but it's on the boundary which is most conspicuous to members of the public, being the A road.
I wouldn't agree with that because
Can I just check? So this is the piece of fencing that runs from the northern boundary, so along there, down to
the amenity building.
yeah, down to that amenity building. So it's just that stretch there.
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
A very small proportion of the overall boundary, and the longest boundary, which is the southern boundary, would be an open fence with hedgerows and trees. And as you're approaching the site from the north, it's that boundary that you see. In order to see the site from the east, you've got to be looking out the side window of a vehicle.
Yes, I mean, motorists travelling north on the A53 would see the site on their left, wouldn't they?
Yes. Well, either straight ahead
Yes,
or
yeah,
to the
quite,
left.
yes.
Yeah.
And so having the acoustic fence running parallel to the road means it's conspicuous to people travelling down the A53.
Well, hardly, because the acoustic fence is going to be situated 40 metres from the road. So I wouldn't describe that as being conspicuous, particularly not if you then plant a hedge in front of it.
Is this a point you can leave to me, Mr. Smythe, when I do my site inspection?
Yes.
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 Thank you.
And Mum, no doubt you'll note the extent of visibility along that stretch. I'll leave it there then. Yes, thank you. So then we've got the final topic, Mr. Brown, which is sustainability. I think it's common ground that the nearest bus stop is about 200 metres, 230 metres from the site entrance. Is that right?
It is, yeah.
And in respect of bus use, the sources of evidence that the inspectors got to try and reach a view is the written proofs of evidence of the 4 lay witnesses, and they were then subject to examination in chief by Mr. Willis QC. They were cross-examined briefly by me, and the inspector also asked some questions, didn't she?
Yes.
And there wasn't a whisper from any of those witnesses that they had used the bus service on the A51.
No, the availability of a bus service does not mean that they have to use the bus service. Generally speaking, gyps and travellers don't tend to use public transport because they use, as is part of their lifestyle, they use private vehicles. And the object of government policy in any case is to provide opportunity. It's not to force people to use non-private means of travel. But there are opportunities for other means of travel. There are opportunities for cycling. There are opportunities to have taxis come and pick people up, as they do. And they have the opportunity to cut down on the use of private travel, A, by sharing trips, and B, by the short length that those trips need to be in order to reach community services and facilities. There is no requirement in policy, either local or national, that gypsy sites should be accessible on foot. There's no requirement in government policy, and in fact, there's no requirement in local policy for gypsy sites to be accessible by public transport. It is a preference at most in local policy, and it's not even mentioned in national policy.
When the inspector comes to reach an overall judgment as to how attractive for pedestrians the route is from the site entrance to the bus stop, she should have regard, shouldn't she, that there is no street lighting, there's no separate footpath, and it's an A road which seems to have a high frequency of HGVs. Do you agree?
If I would agree to a certain extent, if there was a policy that required access to be available by foot, then that would be relevant. But it is also relevant that within a short number of years, that route will not be part of an A road. It will be a cul-de-sac, and there will be safe pedestrian access out to the A51.
But you're assuming that the HS2 proposal plan, which you append to your proof, you're assuming that that comes about.
Yes, and HS2 up to Manchester has already been approved.
Yes, but the inspector, it would be unsafe for the inspector to proceed on the basis that there will not be any material changes to the proposal between now and when the plan is completed.
As far as I'm aware, there's a commitment to take HS2 to Manchester.
No, I'm sure that's right, Mr. Brown, but along the way, there will be tweaks and changes. The government recently tweaked the social care plan to make it less generous, for example. So what makes you so confident that notwithstanding the confirmation that HS2 up to Manchester will go ahead, what makes you so confident that this particular element of the scheme, which in the great scheme of things is relatively minor, that is going to remain?
But I don't think you can discount that that is the current proposal. And you can't discount that it is going to go ahead, because otherwise the local authority might be approving development that would prejudice those proposals.
I think the weight that you give to that is probably a matter for me to build into my judgments.
Very well, Mum.
So I think you can leave that point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then the final issue is policy CSP 7. Would you mind taking that up, Mr. Brown? Mum, do you want the reference? You got it. And just dealing with what status the policy has.
Can I just get the proper version of it in front of me? Yes.
And so, just so I'm clear, as I understood your evidence, you rely upon the explanatory paragraph 6.56 with the reference that satisfy the criteria as set out below. And that leads you to conclude that CSP 7 isn't a policy by which you judge a particular proposal, but is more a policy designed to guide development under an allocations policy. Is that right?
That appears to be the wording of the explanation. Yes, that it was intended. It's a strategic policy, so it's not a development control policy. It is a strategic policy to guide the allocation of sites in a Part 2 local plan.
Right, so not development control policy, and in your view, it's a strategic policy. Can we take up your proof, please? Paragraph 5.12.
Yeah, I accept that I've treated it as the locally, the local criteria, because they are the only criteria which are available in this local authority.
Yeah, so it's the second sentence of 5.12. The policy is a criteria-based policy for the consideration of proposals for new gypsy traveller sites, but it's out of date for the reasons you go on to explain. Your evidence now is that you regard it as a strategic policy, but you treat it as the nearest thing we've got to a criteria-based policy. That's a fair summary.
That's a fair summary, yes. It is clearly a strategic policy because it's in a core strategy. And it's also clear from the explanation that this policy was meant to be followed by a policy in a Part 2 local plan.
Why can't a policy do both? Why can't a policy provide criteria which inform sites coming through as an allocation, and also at the same time be used as a yardstick to judge the acceptability of individual planning applications?
They can, but in this particular case, there's no reference in the explanation to the policy that it's going to be used in development control. The only reference to its use is in identifying sites in a future development plan.
So just to help the inspector, what do you encourage her to do? Is it either option one, that this is not the key policy and it's helpful only in the sense that it's a strategic policy which has some criteria and there's no other criteria to look at? Or do you say it is the criteria-based policy for the consideration of this appeal?
I think it is an out-of-date policy, but these are the only criteria upon which to base a judgment in this area as to the acceptability of sites. So it's the closest thing that you've got to a development control policy. And I have analysed the appeal proposals on the basis of these criteria.
When did this point first occur to you, the idea that it is not directly comparable, it's a strategic policy whose criteria are the closest thing we've got?
It's not something that I've set out explicitly in my evidence, but you only have to read the wording of 656 to see that it wasn't actually a development control policy, or isn't actually a development control policy, but they're the only criteria that you've got. So it's clearly, if you're going to apply these criteria to the allocation of land for sites, then it is logical that you would also look at the same type of criteria in deciding windfall planning applications.
And turning to CSP7, have you got that in front of you?
I have, yeah.
Yeah. So if the first sentence on a leave to submissions as to whether you have to meet all the criteria and what the significance is of the words wherever possible. So part that to one side, and myself and my learned friend can do better with that tomorrow morning. But just looking at the criteria, we can agree, can't we, that those criteria are utterly unremarkable and are commonly found in development plans up and down the land?
Yeah, they're not particularly unremarkable, although the access to public transport isn't something that is universally found in development control policies for gypsy and traveller sites, because it is not a requirement in planning policy for traveller sites.
But are you suggesting that CSP7 is out of date because it's inconsistent with national policy because of subparagraph 2? So that's not a point you make in your book.
No, it's not the reason why it's out of date. It's out of date for other reasons than that. But it is not, as it happens, it is not consistent and is more restrictive than government policy. A more up-to-date government policy, has to be said.
So it's your evidence that, leaving aside this, but a local plan gypsy traveller policy could not contain a requirement that there should be safe and convenient access to public transport, because that's not an expression found in PPTS. Is that
not necessarily saying that it couldn't have such a requirement, but you would have to justify it against current government guidance. And clearly this policy because it dates from 2009, has not been tested against current government policy.
Right, but what do you mean by, I mean, we're testing it now. I mean, we've got rival planning consultants arguing.
This is
over
not
policy.
the place to test a policy. It should be tested through the local plan.
But what do you, I know what testing means, but in the context where the council's local plan requires safe and convenient access to public transport, your point being that PPTS doesn't include that requirement.
And if you're proposing something that is more restrictive than government policy, then you need to justify it, and justify it through a local plan examination.
If the inspector accepts or prefers Mrs. Moulton's evidence about the issues of walking and sustainability arguments, we can agree, can't we, that subparagraph 2 of this policy would be offended?
It would not, if there were any requirement to be able to gain access by walking, then there's no reference to walking within subparagraph 2. So that wouldn't be offended. Convenient access to public transport, what exactly does that mean? Does it mean the closest bus service? Does it mean the closest railway station? It is not specific, and it is always caveated by located wherever possible on sites which. So it is not an absolute requirement in any event.
Well, it forms no one's case to this inquiry that there's good access to the railway station, because I think the nearest railway station would be Stoke-on-Trent, wouldn't it? It's about 45 minutes away, 40 minutes away.
Well, it depends on what you call convenient access, because it's the same access that everyone else has got in living in this area.
Well, Brian, I just press on this because you're the one who brought up the issue of railway. I'm dealing with Mrs. Moulton's evidence. And the point I'm putting to you is, if the inspector doesn't accept your evidence, prefers Mrs. Moulton's evidence, that it would be unattractive and therefore highly unlikely that anyone would, apart from the one jogger, actually walk down the A53. In those circumstances, there wouldn't be convenient access to safe, convenient access to public transport. Ergo, this part of the policy was breached, and it's asking you to agree whether, in those circumstances, that's the correct conclusion to draw.
At the time, for the present time, it would not, under the circumstances that you describe, it wouldn't necessarily comply with having convenient access to public transport. But that's going to be a changing situation with the junction improvement to the A51, A53 junction. But again, as I keep coming back to, these are not absolute requirements. They are to be achieved. It is a preference for them to be achieved. It is not a requirement.
And when do you expect those junction improvements to be completed?
Well, certainly within the timescale of the second phase of HS2.
And when would that be?
What's that? Can you give me a date or point me at the timetable for that, please? I presume it's in evidence somewhere.
I'm not sure that it is actually, but
you're making that. So what's your understanding? What is the timetable then for HS2 for that junction to go in?
Well, for HS2 to be completed to Manchester, well, it'd be going to Crewe first.
So would they build a junction if it goes to Crewe? Is that a prereq? That would need to be done before it went to Crewe.
Yes,
would
because
it?
I
don't know.
Well, it would, because that will be part of the works to get the line up to Crewe.
Okay, so when's it due to be in Crewe?
Well, I would have.
If you don't know,
I don't know
Brown.
to be precise.
No,
I can't tell
you.
you precisely. Certainly, there is work already going ahead in and around Crewe on the construction of preparation for HS2. I actually own some land on the edge of Crewe, which has got HS2 coming very close by. HS2 are already, in fact, they have been for the last 2 or 3 years, been carrying out investigations across that land. So the preparatory work is already taking place. And as far as I'm aware, some land clearance has already taken place.
Well, Mr. Brown, I suggest that you're clutching at straws, and the fact that you can't even say when the government expects those works to be completed means that the inspector can give very little weight to that part of your evidence when deciding whether it's likely that those junction improvements will happen anytime soon.
Well, I'm sure that there is a time scale for those, for the construction of the line to Crewe. So I don't know what that is at this time, but there is certainly going to be a set time scale.
And then finally, if you look at the fourth criteria for CSP7, a requirement that one minimises any negative impacts upon the local landscapes, environments and neighbouring communities. It's common ground between the parties that the test is whether the impact is acceptable once you take account of the proposed mitigation and planting.
That it's not an unacceptable impact.
Yes, that's the position. And if the inspector accepts Mrs. Moulton's evidence that there will be an unacceptable impact, it would follow, wouldn't it, that this part of the policy was offended?
It wouldn't comply with that part of the policy. That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mum. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Willers, how long are you going to be in re-examination, do you think? Right, off you go then. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so just checking. So that is completion of the evidence for the appellant?
That is, madam. Thank you very much. That's the appellant's case.
Great, thank you. That's a very good timing as well on both parts. Thank you very much. Right, okay, so we're just going to have a short break till 15:15, and then we'll come in to do conditions, which is the next section. So basically, in the inquiry, the stage we've now reached is that both parties have now presented their evidence, the council in opposition, obviously the appellants in support of the proposal. So the evidence is now complete. And so the next section of the inquiry will be talking about the conditions that might be imposed were permission to be granted. I think I explained in my opening that was a matter we had to deal with, but doesn't prejudge the issues. It doesn't weaken the council's opposition. So that the schedule, I'm hoping the schedule of conditions has been published on the inquiry library so that third parties would have been able to see it. And then after our break, we're going to be talking about those conditions. As we're going through, is that if there's anything that someone doesn't understand or that you want to have some input into it, just raise your hand and I'll bring you in. It's a general discussion across the room, essentially. It's not the formality that we've just been dealing with in the inquiry. All right. And once we've done those conditions, the work in the inquiry room is virtually complete then. It will only be left to do the site visit and closings. Or if there's any applications for costs, which at the beginning nobody was anticipating. So that's just to let you know what's now left to deal with in the inquiry. So we're just going to break till 3:15, and then we're going to come back in to do the conditions. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to conditions now. If any of the interested parties want to say anything about the conditions as we go through, if you just indicate, and the gentleman at the back's going to bring forward a microphone for you so that we can hear you more clearly, and obviously it comes out on the live stream as well. So we can just pause while we get the microphone sorted out.
Well, there's one matter I wanted to raise before conditions.
Yes,
I've just had the opportunity over the break to speak to Paul Lehman, who's the enforcement officer at the very back with a moustache. You will recall that when I cross-examined some of the lay witnesses, I think it's a lay witness yesterday, about the stables, and it was said by Mr. Clee that he hadn't breached the injunction because he'd asked Mr. Lehman about it, and he said it was okay to bring the stable on. I've spoken to Mr. Lehman, and that is not his recollection. I know, Ma'am, that you are concerned with the merits of this case rather than necessarily going into the weeds as to who said what to who. But it is a strand of my case that it would appear that the injunction has been disobeyed, and therefore you, Ma'am, can have less confidence that conditions will be obeyed. So it may be an issue where you may want to hear from Mr. Lehman, albeit very briefly, as to what he remembers as the extent of discussions in response to the injunction.
But what the council now want to present him as a witness?
Well, unless Mr. Clee, as I understand it, Mr. Clee was not entirely clear as to who he spoke to, thought it was someone called Paul. And I understand it, after some back and forth, we all agreed it was Paul Lehman, who is the enforcement officer. I didn't challenge that because at that stage I hadn't spoken to Mr. Wall, so I took it at face value that Mr. Clee was right when he said that Mr. Lehman said it was okay. So I guess I am asking to call the witness.
Can I just respond? I object. This wasn't evidence that was put in a proof of evidence. It clearly at some point in the council's preparation for this case occurred to somebody on the council's team that they would be raising concerns about the appellant's ability to comply with conditions because of facts such as the bringing on of the stable block and the like. And if there was a discussion with Mr. Lehman, but it didn't go the way that Mr. Clee remembers it having gone, then it seems to me that evidence could have been adduced at an earlier stage. We're now, after the evidence given by both parties, about to deal with conditions. And this is an issue which, if anything, goes to the question of whether or not they might comply with the conditions that you might impose that we're about to discuss. If it was a crucial matter, if it was a matter of, as it were, one of the main issues, or and there was a good reason for it not having been adduced at an earlier stage. When we know Mr. Lehman was in the building yesterday because he walked out of the room at the very time when the issue arose, then we could have all dealt with this at a convenient moment. But it seems to me that we're beyond that.
I do agree, actually, Mr. Smythe.
Could I make submissions before you make a ruling?
Yep, go on.
Ma'am, I was being diplomatic. Mr. Lehman's evidence is they never discussed the stables. It's not a case where there's a difference of emphasis to what was said. His evidence is they've never discussed it. And so the evidence of Mr. Clee was wrong on that point. And Learned Friend's submission is not a fair one, because in those circumstances, why would we have got a proof? Mr. Lehman's evidence would be we didn't discuss the stable. That only came up because yesterday, when I pressed him, he gave the evidence, which wasn't in his proof, that he had this conversation with Mr. Lehman. I recognise it's not the decisive piece of evidence in the case, but as I say, it's a strand of my case. And if you accept Mr. Lehman's evidence, it follows that Mr. Clee hasn't been telling the truth about this particular matter. And then in closing, I'm entitled to say that that infects the credibility of his evidence on other points. It won't take more than a few minutes. But
if we bring him to the hot seat, then is he just going to say, I didn't say that, which is
correct.
What you've already
Exactly
told
right.
me. So what's the point?
Well, quite, but it's a question of weight, because what a barrister says upon instruction is afforded less weight than a witness. You've listened for hours from the lay person's evidence, and I say that you ought to hear from the council's witness.
Right. Hang on, Mr. Willis. So if it's just a matter of Mr. Lehman coming and telling me whether he said that or not, which you've already told me, I'm prepared for him to do that. Right.
I'm prepared for my learned friend to write an admission, which I agree, which is that Mr. Lehman will say that he didn't, that conversation didn't take place.
And it will be a he said, she said.
Yeah.
Oh, he said in this particular case, because obviously your client's recollection is that he was told that. And Mr. Lehman's going to say, I didn't say that. And I'm left in the middle and I'll
But Madam, it does get slightly more complicated if we do go to the route of evidence, because I'm being told off on stage left, as it were, that everybody was present when this conversation took place with Mr. Lehman. So, you know, it is a he said, she said, but 4 times over. Yeah. So it's a question of, I think the key point here is that this could have been addressed whilst the evidence was still in play.
I absolutely agree. It's very unfortunate that it's come forward at such a late stage, particularly because obviously we were about to launch into conditions and all of a sudden we get this. So yes, so I agree with that.
Well, forgive me, I don't think that's a fair criticism. Mr. Lehman left because he left the building, wasn't here.
You could have raised this morning, Mr. Smythe. You could have said, we want to call Mr. Lehman.
I raised it with Miss Moulton yesterday. Yeah. Miss Moulton tried to get contact with Mr. Lehman. The first time we got in contact with him was just before my cross-examination. And then we had the break when I spoke to Mr. Lehman. Okay. So you're right, I could have said this morning, by the way, there's a small chance we want to call Mr. Lehman. Yes. I could have done that. But you did. So anyway, right, Mr. Lehman, do you want to come and sit at the front, please?
I'm not going to cross-examine Mr. Lehman, and I'm going to make submissions on the way you should be attaching to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Paul Lehman. I'm the Planning Enforcement Officer.
And how long have you held that role? And if you visited the site? Yeah. Have you had any conversations with the site occupants, including Mr. Clee, about the stables? And have you seen the injunction?
I've witnessed the injunction, yeah, and seen that.
And so the injunction says effectively can't do anything on the land unless you get the consent of the council solicitor.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so did you have any conversations about the stables as to whether it would be acceptable to move the stables onto the land or not?
No recollection of that conversation.
Yeah, you say you've got no recollection. Had the conversation taken place, do you think it's something you would recall, or is it something you could have forgotten? Or can't
yes,
say?
I would.
Yes.
As well as calling somebody after the evidence.
Two things. First of all, that wasn't a leading question because I gave 2 options. I said, is it something you would, and I have to say, Mum, it's a bit rich from a learned friend. He led extensively during all his questions. I didn't interrupt because I thought it was an efficient way to get the evidence, but to have myself criticised for leading, I think is a bit rich.
Okay. I'll ask the question again.
Yes. You said that you don't have a recollection of this conversation. Had that conversation taken place, is that a conversation it's likely you would have remembered, or is it a conversation you wouldn't forget because you'd have no reason to recall it?
No, I would have remembered that particular part of the conversation.
And why is that?
Because it was important. It was not in line with the notices that were served.
But when was the last time the council obtained a High Court injunction?
I would have to go back and check my records in regards to that.
Have you ever been involved in a High Court injunction?
Not to this degree, no.
No. Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Can I ask a question? Sorry. Can I ask a question? Does it require? Do the stables require planning permission?
It would be my understanding that it would, yes.
It would. So
yes.
So if there's the premise that it's not, they're just sitting on the grass, immovable. Sorry, that you can move them. Does that make any difference, or does that still require planning
I
permission?
think it would be difficult to move those type of structures.
Well, just in principle then, a stable block that you could move, would it require planning permission?
I believe so, yes.
Right, okay, all right, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Unless Mr. Willis, just checking, nothing from you?
In terms of the order, which doesn't appear to rule out a movable stable. Sorry, I'm just looking at the order, and it may be something that my friend and I will want to address you on, not necessarily in this context, maybe just in general reference to the stable, but it says the defendants are forbidden from stationing any more caravans, mobile homes on the land, erecting any structure, stroke building, importing or depositing any material, or excavating, digging up the land. For the avoidance of doubt, if a caravan is removed from the land, it cannot be replaced with a different one. So it seems to me that just by reading it, that it wouldn't rule out bringing on a movable stable, because it's not a structure or it's not erecting a structure or a building. I'm not going to.
I was going to say that's probably a matter for you,
raising
Mr. Smythe.
It might help Mr. Smythe see where I might be coming from with that.
Good.
Thank you.
All right then. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Lehman. Thank you very much. Right, we're now going to move on to conditions. So the way I like to do it is I normally ask the council, they're normally the ones who impose conditions, but in this case it will be the decision maker, but to lead me through the conditions. You don't need to read them out, you just give the essence of the conditions. Obviously we've got third parties, and so just for them to understand the purpose of each particular condition. So Mrs. Moulton, can I just ask you to start with the first one, please? I take silence and acceptance. It's supposed to be agreed, but if there's any matters third parties want to raise, just put your hand up and I'll bring you in. I'll come in if I need to, as and when necessary. So, condition 1.
Yes, condition 1 seeks to restrict occupation of the site to gypsies and travellers as defined in the planning policy for traveller sites.
Sorry? Right.
Yes.
It does make a difference as well, because it's a different, more restrictive definition, which is currently being challenged.
Yes, subject to that amendment, the correction.
Yeah.
Can I ask? That condition's fine. One thing I had considered is whether personal permission might be appropriate, in the sense that if I'm being asked to give weight to personal circumstances of individuals within the appellant's family, whether that actually then would change the emphasis from a general gypsy site to a site for just the occupancy of the appellants and their families. Any comments on that?
I'm going to hand my microphone over to you.
If you were to find that the personal circumstances of the appellants were the deciding factor, the factor that tipped the balance, then clearly a personal permission would be appropriate, and you've got the names of all the adults, members of the family. So if you included all the adult names and resident dependents.
You mean actually, other than the appellants, actually detailing all the adults that are on the site, you mean, Mr. Brown?
That's what you would normally do, I think, yes.
Right, okay. Mrs. Moulton.
I agree that if the personal circumstances that you've heard is the determining factor that tips the balance in favour of allowing the decision, then it justifies the use of a personal permission or a condition restricting it to named persons. Thinking that, in my opinion, it could be the applicants' names and their resident dependents, rather than listing all the name of the adults on the site. But I wouldn't have any objection if that was the case, that all adults are listed.
Okay, I think if it was a case of having all adults listed, then I would be looking for a list, an agreed list of all the adults, rather than my taking the responsibility for creating the list and then find I've left somebody off.
So there is a list in my evidence.
Well, if you tell me where in your evidence, then I can look at that list then, Mr. Brown. But if you're confident it's comprehensive, then if you tell me where it is in your evidence, then I can use that. Again, I must stress this is only if those circumstances require that a condition like that was imposed, if the proposal was to be allowed. This doesn't suggest that I've got it in mind that I might allow it, okay?
Paragraph 5.53.
So that would be the adults, and as Mrs. Moulton said, and their resident dependents. Obviously, what it wouldn't allow is in the future, if the children become adults and wish to have their own accommodation, that wouldn't allow them to do that.
No, it wouldn't.
No,
That would have to be a separate application. But
yes,
if, for example, I'm not wishing this on them, but if one of the couples split up, then it would still allow one of the couple to stay on the land.
Yes.
So it's not dependent on the appellant or the appellants being the ones staying on the land forever.
Right. Okay, that's a point. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, do you want to go on? Oh, sorry. Yes, Mr. Mannering.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk earlier about doubling up. What conditions are going to be applied for that will be covered? Yes. Thank you.
Miss Moulton. Sorry, Mrs. Moulton, sorry.
Sorry, do you want me to move on to the second condition? Yes. So the second condition is states that within 3 months of the date of the decision, the site shall be laid out in accordance with the development shall be completed in accordance with listed plans. Those are the planning application plans, which is the site layout plan, stable, building floor plan, elevation plans, proposed amenity block, and the acoustic fence. And the acoustic fence shall be erected in accordance with the fence detail plan.
Okay. How does that marry in? Because obviously, if they've got to do it within 3 months, they've got to provide the sewage treatment plant, if that's going to be the, and that looks like that's what potentially will be the option for foul drainage. They've also got to do the groundworks, and all that's got to be agreed, hasn't it? How's that tying in then, just to explain the way the conditions are linked?
There is another condition that deals with the disposal of foul sewage, condition 4.1.
Yeah.
And that requires the details to, or that as written, it requires within 2 months details to be submitted for the agreement of the local planning authority, and that the approved details are implemented within 2 months.
Right, so they've got to get it so that so within 3 months. I'm just looking at 4 to see how those two link in. So within 2 months of the date of the decision, they've got to get all the details in on the disposal of foul drainage and be submitted to the local planning authority in writing. Does it say that you've got to approve it? Be submitted to local. Oh, yes, for its approval in writing, or that doesn't give a timescale for that. Right, and then you've got to, then it's all got to be done within 2 months of the approval date. So that could be 4 months, couldn't it? If it takes 2 months to get the details in, they've got to do it within 2 months, so that's 4 months. But they've got to have the caravans laid out
This
within 3
timescale-
months.
The timescale won't work.
No.
If you need time to submit a scheme, you need time for the local authority to approve that scheme, or if it doesn't approve that scheme, for an appeal to have been made against that refusal, and for the appeal to have been finally determined. So that's the sequence that the condition needs to follow.
Yeah, I understand, Mr. Brown. Obviously, I thought these were agreed. I thought these were agreed. So I thought you would have already given this consideration. So what is a more, do you agree, or what do you think, Mrs. Moulton? Do you think that's a realistic time? Do you think there's a conflict going on there?
Well, potentially, but yeah, this was presented to Mr. Brown for comments, and the indication was that it was acceptable. I anticipated that there would be some negotiation over the timescales within the conditions.
So what would be a more realistic timescale then? So I think the 2 months to get the precise details and whatnot, that's fair enough. You know, the other side know what the Severn Trent Water want. We've known that for a while. So presumably it wouldn't be too much to get those details together and to the local authority. The question of how long it takes the local authority to approve them is another matter, because presumably you'd have to take advice from Severn Trent Water again.
Yes, that's correct. We would need to take advice from Severn Trent Water. And whilst we generally get requests that comments are received within a 21-day period, we can't guarantee that we receive their comments within that time frame. I mean, I'm open to hear what Mr. Brown may suggest as an appropriate time frame.
The time for approval needs to be, if you've got 2 months to submit, you would need, what would you need? You'd need another 6 months, wouldn't you, for the council to issue a decision?
I think that's a bit extreme. I don't think it'd take the council 6 months to make a decision like that, even with Severn Trent Water involved.
But if they don't issue the decision, then the 6 months will then allow you to appeal.
Yes, it would, but I think it's most unlikely that council, if they haven't determined it, and you've then gone to appeal, it's very unlikely the council are going to take enforcement action in those circumstances. I think it's more about the date for when the site layout plan, etc., has to be complied with. That's got to be reasonable, bearing in mind the date for doing the foul sewage and the
other way to the other way to deal with it is to include a requirement of the matters that you've got to submit. Submit a timetable for the works to be done, and for that timetable to be approved.
Madam, I may be mistaken, maybe I'm out of date, but I thought PINS had produced some standard conditions which identify the sort of condition we're now dealing with a timescale for submission, approval, subject to tweaking, and then appeal if there was no approval or if approval was refused unreasonably, or at least allegedly unreasonably.
Yeah, I believe there are some standard conditions.
That's
indeed.
what I think. I think we need those in here.
But
the date, the timings we get.
yeah, it's the timings that's the
is the other
issue,
matter.
not the actual
Yeah.
requirement
Well,
of the conditions.
4 months would be the splitting the two the 2 months we have here and the 6 months Mr. Brown suggested. 4 months for approval. In the event of no approval within that time, or alternatively a refusal, a further period in which an appeal should be filed. Obviously, we can't bind the I think it'd be the Secretary of State, can't bind the hands of the Secretary of State as to how long that might then take. But then it has to be, if the appeal is allowed, there needs to be a time frame from the date of the decision to allow the appeal. You can't set that date, but you can say the time thereafter, without, so as to ensure that feet aren't dragged, as it were.
Yeah, the likelihood is if there was an appeal, a future decision maker would then set a date
True.
For compliance.
Yeah.
So that would be taking that forward in those circumstances. I think for now we just need to set realistic timescales for compliance, particularly obviously with the site layout plan.
I mean, I think that condition 2 that we were looking at ought to be combined perhaps with condition 4, in as much as condition 4 could address possibly all the submission of all the plans, which will all have to be agreed at some point, and will all have to fit in with the plan for waste management, because without knowing what is in store for waste management, nobody can do anything else above ground.
Yeah. In condition 4, there's, I think it's Roman numeral 3.
Yes.
Within 4 months of the date of the decision, the hard standing in the site shall either be underlain, blah, blah, blah. So, but you've got to comply within 3 months for the site layout. So obviously that work would have to be done before that to be able to comply with condition 2. So there's that sort of contradiction going on there.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Well, I think you have to leave it with me, and I will consider what's a reasonable time scale in the circumstances and the order of the conditions that maybe that, as you said, either number 2 needs to be combined into number 4, or at least number 4 should precede number 2. All right. So I think leave that with me. Okay. Thank you.
Number 3.
sorry, Mr. Manning, yes. Oh, sorry, I thought you wanted to say something. Yeah.
Can I just make a comment about about that from a practical point of view? If you start digging during the months of winter, you will find that the bottom corner of the pony field is flooded to a depth of about 8 inches, which is not good for any excavations. So any proposal to put in any sewage works or any work of that kind will be restricted by the season.
When you say the bottom of the pony field, where do you mean?
Towards the brook.
Towards the brook. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what you're saying is the location of the sewage treatment plant to be put in, if it were to be put in, that is obviously important in respect of any low-lying land. So obviously, I think that's a matter that the appellants heard that. Severn Trent Water, I'm sure, would take that into account, as would the council, when they consider the details to be submitted, because those details would need to be submitted for approval.
Yeah, it's not an important matter; it's a critical matter.
No. Yeah. That's helpful. Thank you. Yes, number 3, please.
Yes, condition number 3 seeks to restrict the number of caravans on the site to 8, of which only 4 shall be static mobile homes as defined in the relevant acts. And it restricts the amenity buildings as well.
This may be pedantic, but there's no definition of there's no separate definition of mobile home. So they're static caravans, and then it needs a comma, because all the caravans will be as defined in the Caravan Sites and Control of Development Act.
So you're saying a comma after?
Well, it should be static caravans and then a comma.
Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying, Mr. Brown.
Well,
I'll do it. If it read no more than, this is a pedantic point, as Mr. Brown says, but if it read no more than 8 caravans, of which only 4 shall be static, those caravan, and the point being that mobile homes doesn't have a definition. At the moment, it reads static mobile homes as defined, and they're not defined. Caravans are defined, but mobile homes aren't. So it could just really easily be changed to no more than 8 caravans, of which only 4 shall be static. And then it either could say such caravans to be to comply with the definition in the Caravan Sites and Control of Development Act, or simply remove the words mobile homes and say as defined by the Caravan Sites and Control of Development Act.
So I don't intimately know the terms of the Caravan Caravan Sites Act. So is there a definition of a static?
No, but there's no definition of a caravan. But
a caravan could be, as in a tourer.
Yes.
That's a caravan.
Yes, yeah.
And so is a mobile home.
Yes, that's right.
home.
Yes.
Provided it's no more than, I think, 40 by 60 by 20.
Roughly, it's changed, but it's 6.5 by 12, I think now.
There's a
12 meters.
There's a specification, a limit on the size of a caravan that can be classified as a caravan under the Caravan Sites and Control of the Development Act. The words mobile home do not feature in the legislation. You can have a caravan or a twin unit.
Okay. So one possibility could be to say no more than 4 caravans, as defined by the Caravan Sites and Control of Development Act 1960 and the Caravan Site Act 1968, as amended, shall be stationed on the site at any one time, comprising no more than 2 static, it would be 4 static and 4 touring caravans.
What was the start of that?
No more than 8
no more than 8 caravans.
No, sorry, number 8. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm quoting for something else. It's all right. Yes. So no more than 8 caravans.
Yeah.
Miss Moulton, does that sound, Mr. Moulton, do you sound all right?
Yes, that sounds fine.
Okay, let's go for that then. Thank you.
We're back to 4.
Right. I think we've done 4 as much as we can. And as I said, I will go through that myself and adjust timings. Condition 4 basically deals with requirements for the foul sewage, soft landscaping, and the hard standing. Also for the access gates to be set back, and the driveway to be surfaced in a bound material. I don't see there's any reason why those dates should change, because that doesn't really impact on the actual layout of the site itself. So that it just gives a date by which time those works need to be carried out. Right, so move on to number 5 then, please.
Number 5 states that no power generator or fuel storage is permitted on the site without the prior approval of the local planning authority, and this is arising from concerns regarding the groundwater source, public water source on the site to protect that.
So it's a pollution issue.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Fuel storage. Do they have a gas boiler?
Madam, the only concern is about gas bottles which are used to heat caravans. Fuel storage would include those in theory.
So the sort of LPG
Yes,
bottles
Yes.
that you'd normally have.
that would amount to fuel storage. I mean, I don't think gas is necessarily what is.
No, it's
the
that's. I don't
concern.
think that's what
Oil
the
and
that's not what's
petrol and-
intended to be
yeah.
controlled. Could we put something about it not including? Are they normally LPG? They are, yeah. Are they the blue bottles? Sometimes they're blue, so they're red. LPG, okay. Presumably they're domestic LPG containers, bottles.
You know, I think you may be able to use them for anything that's gas driven, but I mean, I would have thought that if we say excluding domestic use of gas bottles or
Yeah.
gas
All right.
storage cylinders, bottled gas.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And then moving on to number 6.
Yes, that seeks to restrict the blue edge land for use for the grazing of a maximum 1 horse at any one time, and this comes from the recommendations in the groundwater protection zone assessment.
So that would allow 1 horse to graze on the land on the meadow, but it wouldn't stop another horse being in the stable. So if it was necessary to bring another horse over who was in foal or was ill, that horse could be kept in the stable, but you can only have 1 horse grazing. Is that correct?
Well, the recommendations of the groundwater protection zone assessment is that horse grazing is less likely to create problems, provided it's restricted to the capacity of the field uses for grazing of horses, and there's no reference to the stabling of horses within that section. So I think that there's no restrictions on the number of horses within the building, the stable building. It's more, yes, the grazing.
Right, number 7.
Number 7 seeks to ensure that any of the landscaping that is undertaken in accordance with the requirements of condition 4 is lost in any way, uprooted, removed, dies, etc., is replaced within a period of 5 years from the date of planting, a standard element of a landscaping requirement. Number 8 seeks to prevent the installation of external lighting without prior approval of the details of that lighting, and that's in the interest of in the recognition that this is in a rural area and to mitigate the harm arising from lighting.
So that would be any external source of lighting. So if there's security lights on the mobile homes or lights on posts or something of that sort of nature.
Yes, that kind of thing. Yes, not obviously not light coming from within the caravans within the site.
Yeah. So I understood, I think anecdotally, that there are lights on the site already. So this would be a new scheme to either, which may include some of the existing lights, and presumably it could include means of mitigating the light. So there are ways of, you can put cowlings on, have particular positions for the lights so they don't have upward pollution of lights. Is that right?
Yes, is it to get those details and ensure that the scheme that any scheme that is implemented, any external lighting that's put up on the site does incorporate such measures to minimise the extent within beyond the site boundaries that the light external light effects.
And then the idea would then be that scheme would be retained as agreed in perpetuity, and if additional lights were installed, those would need further permission.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Madam, all I say is that before Mr. Brown does is that it could be another one of those schemes that is incorporated into that rather longer condition 4, because it's of the same nature. It's got to be approved. It's got to be submitted, approved. And
the other thing that I was going to say is that it should specify that no external lighting shall be retained or installed, because otherwise it's not going to cover lighting that's already there.
Okay, thank you. And the last one?
That one seeks to ensure that the visibility display shown on the approved plans are maintained free of obstruction over a height of 900 millimetres above the adjacent carriageway to ensure appropriate visibility when leaving the site.
Is 900 a normal? 900 seems very quite high to me. I normally see them at like 0.6.
Yes, that's my experience of it, but this is something that the Highway Authority advises is appropriate for this particular site.
Okay.
I don't think they provided the reasons for that, but that is in accordance with their advice.
It's usually 1.05 going down to 600 millimetres.
Right. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to make my own assessment of that. Just because the Highway Authority ask for a certain figure, it doesn't mean to say that it is appropriate. It needs to be assessed and judged on site as well. So I'll make my own assessment.
When you're looking at the approved plans, you have a plan that's been produced showing the visibility display on a topographical survey. As a result of a topographical survey, that plan needs a reference. I would suggest it needs a reference number and to be referenced in the conditions.
Do you mean that one? Is that the one you're talking about? That shows the visibility display.
There's a new one, the one that was sent to the council and agreed with the Highway Authority.
What's this one then? This is one of the ones you agreed was the an application plan.
That's one of the application plans, yes. But there's a more up-to-date plan that was produced based on the topographical survey.
So this isn't the right plan then that I should be considering?
Not to base that condition on.
But this shows a visibility display. The condition says there shouldn't be anything over 0.9 within that visibility display.
Yeah. So I understand that, but
yes,
we've got a visibility display on a proper plan, topographical survey, which shows it more accurately.
Okay, well, yeah. That's fine. So it shows more accurately.
Yeah.
Right. So
I'm surprised you haven't got it, given everybody else seems to have it. Madam,
well, no, at the beginning, on the first day, I had Mrs. Moulton and Mr. Brown in, and we agreed which were the plans for me to consider. And this is the plan that was agreed.
Yeah.
So you're now telling me there's this additional one.
Sorry. I just treating those as the application plans.
But they're the ones that I have to determine it on the basis of.
Yeah. So as part of this appeal, a further plan was submitted, which has satisfied that the highway authority that they've no need to object to the development. So that was the reason for this additional plan being produced. But yes, it is an additional plan.
So which core document is that in then?
It's not contained within the core documents. It's one of the appeal documents.
So it's on the library then, the inquiry library.
I believe so. I've just looked at it. I'm just checking that I am looking in the. Yes, it is in the appeal document library. It's the Doc Ref 2 title is Swept Path Analysis and Visibility Displays. I think that's the one that was being referred to.
Yes, I have seen that online, but I haven't got a copy of it here. Okay. Right, I'll have a look at that then. Has it got a reference on it? Don't tell me what it is, just has it got the plan, has it actually got a reference on it? It has. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, drawing number. Okay, I'll have a look at that then. Right, so that's all the conditions in the schedule. I've got a couple of things I want to just raise. And also to raise Mr. Mannering's doubling up point as well. We've got, and I'll deal with that first. The doubling up point, you heard Mrs. Moulton telling us about condition 3, which is no more than 8 caravans. The essence of it is no more than 8 caravans, 4 mobile homes, for whatever the definition is, but for simplicity, 4 mobile homes and 4 tourers. So that condition in itself would prevent doubling up. Okay. Now, obviously, I have heard anecdotal evidence from the appellants, well, not anecdotal, their own experience is that on occasions, if they've got family visiting or whatever, they may have another tour on the site for a couple of weeks if they've got family come to see them. That's obviously a matter for the council. But what that condition would prohibit is more mobile homes being brought onto the site or more tourers being permanently sited within the site boundaries. And then obviously it is a matter then for the council to enforce the terms of the condition. Okay? Right. Yes, yes. Yes, pop your
just to avoid doubt, I think you should refer to the caravans as caravans, one being a static caravan, which isn't movable, and one being a touring caravan, which is movable.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that was the point that was being made, and I think whilst I got the numbers wrong, the wording that I was suggesting was that no more than 8 caravans shall be stationed on the site at any one time, comprising no more than 4 static and 4 touring caravans.
Yeah.
So I hope that makes that. Do you think that that's the distinction?
Yeah, I would not like to see an inference of mobile homes put into that description.
No, that's right. That's what it says. 4 static.
It is purely for caravans.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Yes. The other thing was materials. Now, the proposal includes the amenity buildings and the stables. The amenity buildings on the plan, it does say boarding. It also says brick and clay tiles. It doesn't talk about colours or textures. And I wonder, obviously, in visual terms, whether that is a matter that perhaps the council ought to be controlling, or at least, being able to agree on the materials to be used and the finishes. So It would be the colour of the stables and the colour of the boarding, etc. What do you think, Mrs. Moulton?
Yes, I agree. Yes, it would be appropriate for the authority to agree the precise details of the materials to ensure that they're appropriate to the context.
Yeah. Are you happy with that, Mr. Brown? Yeah, I'll leave that with me. I can word something if necessary. Okay. Now, there's no mention of the fencing. Is the oh no, accordance with the that's the acoustic. That's right. Acoustic fence shall be erected in accordance with the fence detail plan. And what about the post and rail fencing? Do we need details of that, do you think? Or are we just going to assume it's a normal post and rail?
I think, yes, I'm happy to assume it's just a normal post and rail fence.
Okay, I think that's probably reasonable. Post and rail is post and rail, really. The acoustic fencing obviously would be solid on that eastern boundary. Do we need to know what colour it's going to be? I appreciate there'll be a specification for it in the noise assessment, but the actual finish won't necessarily be included in that.
Yes, I agree. The final colour of it should be agreed.
Okay. Now, we talked about business uses from the site. Do we? I think the impression I was getting. The impression I was getting was that there was no intention to run businesses from the site. I appreciate there's a certain amount of storage going on at the moment for the furniture business, but ultimately this was to be a residential site without any business operations. Is that right, Mr. Brown?
That's absolutely correct. Yes, they're quite happy with a condition preventing on-site commercial activity. Clearly, that wouldn't prohibit them bringing their work vehicles home with them. But, and we're also happy with a limit on the size of commercial vehicles.
Yes, that was my next one. Yes.
9.
So in terms of the size of the commercial
tons.
vehicles?
Yeah, 3.5 tons.
3.5 tons. Yep. Perhaps you could just say a 3.5 ton van, roughly how big is that? I mean, I think it was was it a tipper van that was the 3.5 tons? But if they're
a large transit type.
So sort of like a DPD lorry or something. There are other couriers, obviously, but that's the first one that comes to mind. So yes, all the big Amazon ones that are going around at the moment, that sort of size.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Is that right, Mrs. Moulton? You happy with that?
Yes.
Yeah. So yes, I think we could always do. I was thinking whether we could restrict the number of vehicles, but that might be probably a step too far. It's very difficult to do that. How you'd monitor that, I've no idea. So that would be more difficult. Whereas obviously we said commercial vehicles of that size. So the vehicles could be parked on the site and used in association with the business activities of the appellants. But they can't undertake business operations from the site. So they can just park the vehicle there, they can store their tools, that sort of thing, but they can't actually operate the business from the site. Yes? Yeah, okay. I think that's all I have on conditions. Let me just check. Oh, yeah. The other thing is associated structures. Obviously, it's residential. There will be certain elements of additional associated works that will happen, no doubt, in terms of creating gardens and that sort of thing. But we've already got play equipment there. That is not in the red line, I don't think, is it? But it may be that it could be. is that something that we do need to control? Or it could be sheds, even additional sheds, garden sheds going up, that sort of thing, which you wouldn't, in a normal domestic situation, you wouldn't need permission necessarily to put a shed up. But these associated structures, what do you think, Mrs. Moulton?
Yeah, the cumulative impact of a number of structures on a site of this nature would increase the visual impact. So yes, some level of control over that requirement for approval of those appears to me to be appropriate.
Would they need permission in the first place? That's the other thing. Do they have PD rights?
No, there's no PD rights associated with this kind of use. So yeah, that is a fair point.
So if they don't have PD rights, then presumably the council could take action. I know it's a bit of a cumbersome thing, really, isn't it? But I can't take away rights if they haven't got them anyway. So.
Exactly. So yeah, it would be a matter for the judgment of the local planning authority to assess whether development's taken place and whether that's development requiring planning permission, and then whether it's expedient to take action.
I mean, I was thinking also about the obviously that storage container that's there at the moment.
That's not quite the same in that that's commercial activity.
Yes, but if they choose, so they move the furniture storage elsewhere, but the storage container still stays there, and you could use it then for domestic purposes, but it might not be appropriate to have a storage container in potentially what could be quite a visually prominent location. It may not be at the moment, but it could be. So how do we control that? Maybe we don't. Maybe it is that the council would have to take action, but what would you be taking action about? That storage container is movable.
Something that said no other, apart from the structures that are being approved, no other structures should be erected without the prior written approval of the local planning authority.
Yeah. I mean, obviously on the site location plan, within the area where the mobile homes and the tourers are, so that's that hard surfaced area, that's probably going to be fairly well used with vehicles parked, etc. So it's this bit here on the side and possibly the pony paddock as well.
Which
so what you wouldn't want is to have that, you necessarily wouldn't have those structures or even the parking expanding out onto those areas. So whether a condition could be that parking of vehicles, associated structures should only be within the hard surfaced area, the existing hard surfaced area.
All approved development takes place within that area.
Yeah. And obviously if it then was outside of that area, it's clear then that it's not been sanctioned by this particular permission, and the council would then presumably you would then be in a better position to take action.
Yes.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm just thinking. The only thing is obviously the red line is a change of use of land. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, Mum. We have an experience in this area before of an appeal and a decision made by the inspectorate which set certain conditions, and I'm sure it will be in your remit to make sure there is absolutely no ambiguity, and I'm confident that you will, because it leaves it to the enforcement officer. Often he visits the site and he's the man who has to decide, is that the right colour? I mean, it really is a nightmare if you don't get it absolutely right. So from experience,
yes,
please bear that in mind if you would.
I will. I will
you.
indeed, yes. And that's why the conditions ask for the details to be submitted to the council so that the council can actually look at those and agree the arrangements, the colours, whatever it is. And then but it is then for the council and the council's chosen officer, which quite often is the enforcement officer, to go down and ensure that it has been complied with. So, yeah, but yes, the idea is to try and make the conditions as clear as possible and to cover all the matters that we've been talking about now adequately, so that it leaves the council in a strong position that, yeah, exactly. Absolutely. It's better that everybody knows where they stand. And then it gives the council that opportunity that if it isn't complied with, that they're in a strong position to then go forward to ensure compliance or to then take enforcement action if compliance doesn't occur. All right, good. Okay, what are we talking about? Yes, the associated structures. Yes, Mr. Mannering.
Just for clarity, could you say whether the amenity buildings are going to be built now that there are 4 mobile caravans, or sorry, static caravans on site, which hold the washing facilities that were originally planned in the amenity buildings?
Well, the appeal proposal includes 4 amenity buildings. So they, if permission's granted, then 4 amenity buildings will be granted.
Mm.
Oh, I know what I was going to say, but hang on. Yes, that's part of the proposal.
So in fact, those amenity buildings would be put to a different use to what the original purpose was?
No. Mr. Brown, can you just briefly say something about the necessity for the amenity buildings?
Normally, mobile homes are not the most permanent of structures. And so if you start putting things that vibrate in them, like washing machines and dryers, it damages the mobile home. So it is usually necessary to have a separate building to contain those sorts of facilities. Mobile homes are not big enough usually to contain freezers. And for most gypsum travellers, they will prefer to use toilet facilities that are not in their living accommodation. Traditionally, they prefer to not use toilets and showers within their caravans. And so it's usual to have a separate building to contain those facilities. Obviously, family circumstances will vary. There is one particular family who will prefer to have facilities within their mobile home.
But it's not uncommon to have a situation where each pitch will have the mobile home, the tourer, and an amenity building. In my experience, that is the general arrangements for gypsy pitches.
Yeah. I'd like to contest that point, because I myself have a mobile caravan, a static caravan, and recently one was brought onto the site where I have my static caravan, and that was complete with a washing machine, dishwasher, and freezer, all the facilities that were required of a domestic property. The reason why I asked this was that if you allow the use of or the facility of a static building, it gives the site some more increased permanency.
Well, if I grant permission, it potentially could be a permanent permission. So then that would
correct.
That would cover that.
Yeah.
Obviously, I had the option to grant a temporary permission as well, which we've talked about.
Yeah.
Did we talk about that?
Yeah, talked about it.
No, we haven't. No. Okay, I'm going to write that down.
There doesn't seem to be a draft.
There isn't. No, that's right. So I haven't talked about it. Right. But yes, so I had the option to grant a permanent permission, which would include the amenity buildings. They are quite small. They're not big buildings. But as I said, in my experience, and it's not just about having it as a utility room almost. There are cultural reasons why gypsies like to have the amenity building as part of their facilities on their plots, which Mr. Brown did allude to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did notice that Mr. Brown referred to them as mobile homes. If you could correct that.
Well,
No,
they're static caravans.
The static caravans,
Yes,
which
that's
include
That's far more acceptable.
no. Well, I'm afraid you're misinterpreting what a static caravan is, because a mobile home is a static caravan. A static caravan is a mobile home. They're one and the same. There's no difference. There's no separate definition of a mobile home. They are all caravans, and they're as defined in 2 Acts of Parliament.
Sorry, I disagree with that, because as far as I'm concerned, if it's described as a mobile home, then in 5 years' time, if you were to grant permission, that mobile home could be changed, have a change of use to a static property. In fact, they could be building 4 houses on that site.
I don't see that
That's
follows
not the case.
actually.
No, but
Mr.
I mean,
Annan.
that's
so the caravan you have, that's you describe that as a static. You describe it as a static
that's a
caravan.
static caravan.
And does it look like? I appreciate obviously static caravans are different styles and whatnot, but does it have similar characteristics to the ones that are currently on the site at the moment?
It's far less opulent, yes.
Right,
But it is
okay.
38 foot long.
Yes. Okay. So your static caravan has the same characteristics as those at Blackbrook Nursery at the moment. So it's all a bit semantics, really, whether it's static or a mobile home. I mean, the 2 terms, to some degree, are interchangeable in my view. But I take your point. And in fact, we had put static caravan into the condition, so it will be absolutely clear. The question of whether you swap it out for a house, that's a matter for the council. Further planning permission will be required, and there is a difference between a static caravan and a house. Your argument would imply that when at some point your static caravan, that at some point you could then convert that into a house or build a house on the site.
Yeah, I could never do that because I sign an annual contract.
So you don't own the site, basically. Right, okay. Anyway, further planning permission were required if they wanted to build houses on the site, which obviously the council would then have control over and all go through the same process that they've been through for this. Right. Right, 2 things. First of all, the amenity buildings. We did talk about whether, because part of the council's case is that the amenity buildings are visually prominent and are impactful in the landscape. And so whether it would be appropriate to move the amenity buildings. And we did talk about whether we should have a condition about that. So can I hear something from, because we haven't got that. So anybody want to make any comments about that?
Well, the easiest way to deal with that would be to require, as part of the scheme that you're submitting, a site layout plan showing the location of various elements of the scheme. So the siting of caravans, the position of the amenity buildings, and the location of car parking and manoeuvring space.
Madam, can I just suggest that it really comes down to your assessment of the harm, if any, and if you conclude that it would be unacceptable without the amenity buildings being moved from where they're currently proposed to another more acceptable location, which the council may be the ones to determine, But then if they were moved, it wouldn't be unacceptable. Then if you said that in your decision letter and then imposed a condition as to the site layout plan relating to the situation where the amenity blocks would be stationed, then that would give the council the green light. The appellants would realise that they've got to move them. You might even indicate exactly where you think they should go, but or you could leave it to the discretion of the local authority.
Mrs. Moulton, do you want to say anything on that?
No, I'm happy with what has just been said.
So hopefully the last thing now is the possibility of a temporary permission. That's another option open to me, to grant a temporary permission. Again, that's not a matter that's been covered. So can I hear from both parties on that, please?
You have a very recent appeal decision dated the 5th of November, which proposed a date at, I think it's the end of 2025. So if you were looking for an appropriate timescale, I would suggest that it should marry up with that appeal decision.
And presumably that was on the basis of the production of the local plan and coming forward of allocations.
It was, and it was the same timings that you've been given.
Yeah.
That's common ground.
Yeah.
So if you are satisfied that a temporary consent is justified, we contend for a period of 4 years. Yeah.
However, there is an issue around whether a temporary would be appropriate, in the sense that obviously we're asking the appellants to undertake work such as installing the sewage treatment plant, doing the hard standing, obviously landscaping. So that clearly comes at a cost, and whether it's reasonable to ask the appellants to do that, to undertake those works. I appreciate they'd be undertaking a lot of the works themselves, which will keep the cost down, but nonetheless, there would still be significant costs involved for effectively only 4 years.
We and the appellants effectively saying it's a small price to pay, given the alternative, which is a roadside existence. So that's in a nutshell our case. But the other thing to say is that there is one element of the proposal which perhaps you might think would be inappropriate if temporary permission were to be approved, and that would be the amenity buildings. They are they're permanent, although they can obviously be knocked down. But I mean, I've seen it on other occasions where temporary permission has been granted, and residents have effectively been allowed, or perhaps have just with or without condition, to have sheds of a temporary nature, the kind of B&Q type shed that you can bring on and don't fix to the ground, and you install your toilet and perhaps your washing machine in.
So if that was the case, then if I went for a temporary permission, perhaps it would be necessary to have a condition saying that details of the amenity buildings should be submitted to the local planning authority, and obviously any details included in the appeal would have to be excluded in respect of the amenity buildings. Ms. Moulton, yes?
Yes, yeah. No comments on that.
Good. All right then, thank you. Yes, Mrs. Under.
When they moved onto the site, they were prepared to invest some money on the site and put it to how they wanted, taking a risk then that plan permission will be refused and turned down. If you do a temporary permission, they then would take another risk at you then granting full permission in 4 or 5 years' time.
If temporary permission is granted, it would be on the basis of, the likelihood is it would be on the basis of giving 4 years, which allows the local plan to catch up and allocation, so that the gypsy and travel allocations would be included in the local plan. And presumably at that stage, the council would have a 5-year supply of sites for gypsy and travellers. At the end of those 4 years, yes, they could apply for an extension of time, or they could apply for a permanent permission, but that will be a matter for the council as the decision maker at that stage to reassess the proposal in the circumstances in 4 years' time. And that may or may not get permission. If it doesn't, it might go to appeal and there'll be another inspector sitting here. But it has to go through a process to be able to get to that point. All right. Anybody else got anything on conditions? I don't have anything else. No, covered everything. Yep. Okay. Right, so we're going to finish now. So I'm going to do the site visit tomorrow morning. So I'd like to be on site at 9:45. Hopefully by then the peak traffic will have cleared away a bit. Now, in terms of parking, where's a good place to park? Yeah. Okay. Can I check who's coming? So, Miss Moulton, Mr. Brown? Yeah, that's fine. So there'll only be 3 cars essentially. Have you heard from anybody, any interested parties who wanted me to see it from anywhere particular, Mrs. Moulton?
I haven't, no.
No, okay. Well, I did ask people to contact you direct, so we assume that there isn't anywhere particular. And have you been able to produce a plan? Great, okay, show me some viewpoints. Has that agreed with Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown hasn't seen the plan, but we did agree. I will show him before I
Yes,
hand
if
it
you
over.
can show Mr. Brown and then you can give it to him before I finish. Yeah, so if we said quarter to 10 on site, and actually, can I have a quick look just to see what it is you want me to see? And then I can estimate roughly how long it's going to take, so I can tell Mr. Smythe and Mr. Willers what time roughly we'll be back here. Thank you. Right, so these right. So you want me to drive those, and obviously I'd walk part of it as well. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, that's going to take. Yes, show that to me. Yeah. I wouldn't have anticipated that's going to take more than about an hour and a half. So that's quarter to 10, 11, 11. Get back here. So if we said we'd be back here by 12 o'clock at the latest, I'm prepared to, because I think you said about half an hour, didn't you, Mr. Smythe? 45?
More like
20 minutes, and you said maximum 45 minutes, didn't you? Okay, so shall we, if we come back here for 12 o'clock to start closings at 12 o'clock, then we should be finished by 1:30. We'll have a late lunch, but people can move off by then. Yes? Yep, that suits. Yes. It'll be myself, Mr. Brown, and Mrs. Moulton, just the 3 of us. No, that's it, just the 3 of us. No, he won't be coming. No, it'll just be the 3 of us. I only need a representative from each party, and so those are the representatives that they've put forward, and that's all that will be coming. All right. Okay. Oh, yes, Mr. Mannering, yes.
Could I ask you on your visit that you don't solely visit the site, because you get a very introverted idea of what it is? Could I ask you to drive up possibly towards Ashley and then come back down the A53 and go along the A51 in both directions so that you can see the total location of the development in the surrounding countryside? Then I'm sure you will get an impact as to what where the site is and what it's creating.
Yes, I'm very happy to do that. The council and Mr. Brown have already asked me to do the two main roads. I've I've been up to Baldwin's Gate, so I've already been in that direction, but I will now go down to Loggerheads and also to Ashley as well, and drive back and go back up towards the site from there. So I'm happy to do that, Mr.
And
Mannering.
if you drive also from the Swan with two necks along the A51 towards Pipe Gate,
Yes,
you'll be able to see the site on your left hand side.
yeah, I will do that.
You possibly be better being driven so that you could actually turn and look.
Okay, well,
Do you know what I mean?
yes, I do. Leave that with me. All
Yeah,
right,
fine.
good.
Just
All right.
just
Yes.
a point.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. Anything else anybody wants to raise?
I've got a couple of names that weren't on the list.
Oh, yes, yeah. Yes. Yeah, we're not so wedded with the to the attendance lists anymore, I must say. But anyway, yes, thank you. Yes.
Mrs. Morton will confirm or deny, but we've been told locally the local plan would be available by 2024. And I believe I heard you say 2026. Just like
No, I think I said 2024. Yes,
Oh, I'm sorry, I
I think
misheard.
I think the council's position is I think that they're aiming for adoption
yeah.
in 2024, and they've produced
Sorry, I
the
missed.
no,
I must
that's
have
fine.
missed it.
They've produced a timetable for me to show that the general dates going forward, and
Right.
they're hoping for adoption 2024. There might be a bit
Fine.
of slippage on that, but in general, that's what they're aiming for.
Okay.
And I heard from Mrs. Moulton in her evidence that the council are putting significant resources
That's right.
into meeting that target.
Yeah.
So I think they're very hopeful that they will have an adopted local plan by then. Is
Excellent.
that right, Mrs. Moulton?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to wish you a good evening, and I will see the advocates back here and anybody else who wants to join us for the closings at 12 o'clock. So start work at 12, and I will see Mrs. Moulton and Mr. Brown on the site at 9:45. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.